getting the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We are live and alive, and I hope all the boys, all the girls, and all the MBs are having a fantastic one, because it is Saturday, February 26, 2022, 11:07 a.m.
15 months. When is my mom picking me up?
And I am right on time, actually. I'm a little early. I wanted to get started immediately. Yeah. Oh, that's it. I got nothing else going on. I have nothing else going on in my life currently. I mean, I ended the broadcast last night. I was super fucking tired. You can't see the stream from yesterday because motherfuckers keep mass reporting me. I got haters. And Langium, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Yes. That is the reason. Millions of people that wanted to, hundreds of thousands of people that wanted to watch the VOD, because usually those VODs get like millions of fucking views, are not going to be able to see the VODs because a bunch of fucking pieces of shit mass reported it. Which, for some weird reason, what the fuck is this? You need to see this as fast as you can. Don't show this on stream. Dude, do not send me unconfirmed reports about Russian soldiers dressed up as Ukrainian soldiers or whatever. Let me just fucking get to it in a second. It's a big day for the
I'm a 13-month sub.
Ukrainians. They did a good job. Didn't get a Discord notification that you were live. Okay, that'll come soon, probably. But yeah, there isn't anything else going on in my life other than the fact that I am
6 months. I literally haven't watched TV.
Basically just watching, keeping up with what's going on in Ukraine, and that's pretty much it. Nothing else. Nothing else going on. And trying to, stay up to date and be as relevant as possible and delivered to you the most relevant news as possible. There is some good news, though. There are some good news.
Neat.
No, my haters are not Russian bots. Are American bots who claim that I'm a Russian bot. Anyway, immediately someone made Kanye West and Elden Ring. Yeah.
Hassle.
So anyway, regardless, this is not about me.
Rat Jam.
Day 3 of current events, as always, around the world with HasanAbi, and it starts now. Okay, so got the Mia Khalifa glasses on. He's serious about sucking Putin's dick. Shut the fuck up, dude.
Thanks for teaching me that Putin is very bad.
So
Let's fucking go.
let's get started. A lot of news coming out of here. I'll just fucking blast off real quick before we get started, because hold on. I am live and alive. Talking about Russia's removal from SWIFT.
Brain rot check.
The Ukrainian defense so far, and more. Possibly playing Elden Ring and raising money
was about to lose my shit.
Ukrainians evacuating. Later, if there's less, get in now.
Hi.
Does anyone have a good meme for this or no? There's a UN meeting in 40 minutes. They're gonna be taking Russia off of SWIFT. Please, for the love of God, don't play Elden Ring during this. No, I'm not going to. If continued coverage is a necessity, then no, I'm not going to be playing. I am not going to be playing Elden Ring while it's going on. Okay. One thing that I did find out about that I believe might be incorrect. I need my fucking Russians and Ukrainians in the chat to at the very least do a little bit of translation. Okay. But one thing I did find out is that the Snake Island story might have been a little bit exaggerated earlier today. I'm going to use that as an example of like what happens during war so that it's a teachable moment. The Snake Island 13 actually did not get killed, but they surrendered. Apparently. I mean, the communications are correct. He did say "fuck you," but then the Russians came and I believe they just arrested them, and did not actually kill them, according to the Ukrainian interior defense, which is good, by the way. That's actually a good thing. So even when the Ukrainian administration or even like CNN and whatnot confirm something, that doesn't necessarily always mean it could be Russian propaganda. Believe nothing. No, exactly. There's like both sides are gonna, either A, get stuff wrong, or B, just directly do propaganda to keep the spirits alive, to keep the spirits going, that sort of thing. But yeah, I mean that's a good thing that they didn't fucking die if that's the case. Okay, so
5 months. Remind Putin that he should just not.
Hold on. Does anyone have a fucking meme for this or no? Zelensky had some cool takes about this as well, and I will be talking about that as well. Abramovich gave up Chelsea, bruv. Footy's doing wonders, bruv. Tuning around the fucking world, universe. No, I'm not gonna do the Biden bussy one. People are gonna get mad at me if I do that. Okay.
What's okay,
Okay.
buddy?
Okay. RTBA. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm sorry that I fucking say that, you know, here, blast this off, let people know that I'm live. Go. Yes, the Elden Ring portion of my tweet might be a little bit of a lie. Okay, we like to engage in a little bit of Russian disinformation. All right. The amount of people hate watching, especially right now, is crazy. Yeah, motherfuckers have nothing better going on, dude. It's a very sad
Invasion
state of
time.
affairs where it's like homies are really out here. They're like, I know that a fucking war's going on and shit, but like, I actually hopefully will be able to utilize this as an opportunity to shit on my least favorite streamer at the behest of my favorite streamer. And it's like, dude, you are so fucking weird.
Insert Paramore still into you.
Like you're a weirdo, man. But yeah, if you're wondering why yesterday's VOD's not around, the reason for why yesterday's VOD's not around is because those motherfucking haters were they mass reported and got my VOD clapped up. I have heard the Ghost of Kyiv story going around. The Ukrainians have confirmed that it's real, but again, I don't know if that's actually real or not. Regardless, air raid alerts are going on in Kyiv at the moment. Okay, they are going on right now. They have started already. Turkey has a role to play in this. Turkey has a role to play in this as well, by the way. Russia tells Turkey is ready to work with
Dude,
constructive forces on Ukraine.
Training for active reserves because of this Russia shit. What did I miss? Hat episode of
My aunt and my cousin are hiding in Kharkiv, and I'm in Russia, and I feel like shit. Yeah, Mariupol just got surrounded by Russian troops, which affects their import and exporting. The Ghost of Kyiv was confirmed, but the pic they used for the soldier aren't real. That Ghost of Kyiv was confirmed. Yeah, I know. So, the video was not real, by the way. I think there was a video going around of the Ghost of Kyiv, but that wasn't real. Okay. Hey, buddy, how did the church choir go? Love your look, by the way. Thank you. The church choir went great. Why does all criticism come from another streamer? Can people disagree in general? I mean, dude, you're a 15-month subscriber. People disagree with me all the time, but usually when I ban people, it's because they're not engaging in constructive criticism or asking the same question over and over again that I've answered a million times over, and that actually ruins the coverage that I'm intending on doing, and I find it to be deeply selfish. Okay, and you've been in here for as many months as you have, so you probably know that already. So, you know,
hassle.
You should understand that it's you know, it's very, very selfish when thousands of people, sometimes even hundreds of thousands of people come in and they're like, "Hey, I want to learn about what's going on," and you're like, "Dude, I want to have you engage in like a very petty individual argument with me."
Thanks for covering everything the way you do. I appreciate you making all of this more consumable.
Anyway, all right, so like, I want to point something out real quick, okay? This is fucking war. And during war, even if it's like very different than past wars because of how online it is, it's being fought in the internet space as well. By the way, this is I want to keep this up for everybody in the future. My ADHD is like going fucking buck wild right now, but it's like, hi, most annoying person you've ever encountered here. I noticed this post you wrote in 3 seconds doesn't line up with every experience I've ever had. This is extremely harmful to me, the main character of the universe. That's what y'all sound like. That's why I banned some of you. Okay, that's the sign. Thank you for the raid, Carter. Hope you had a good stream. So, as I was saying, it's war, and war is fought on every front, and sometimes on the information front as well, and not even sometimes, all the time. And that's precisely why now people spread misinformation regularly on the internet. Part of my job as someone who parses through this stuff is to reinforce media literacy and try to educate you on prior biases that outlets might have and biases that every source of information has, which is not a bad thing. I'm not saying that like someone having a bias is always going to be a bad thing. I'm biased. I'm biased towards. I mean, I'm a democratic socialist, left wing person who's an anti-imperialist. Like, I'm biased. Those are my biases. I admit that. So you can parse through what I'm saying with that understanding, right? So because of that, I need you to understand that, you know, a lot of the information that you see sometimes is going to be marginal, but even then it's going to be false. That doesn't overall change the dynamic, change the narrative in a meaningful capacity, but this is a great example of this. So before the Ukrainian government had released the video and audio and claimed Snake Island defenders had fought to the death, but Russia claimed they surrendered and released the video. So now the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense has acknowledged that they have surrendered. It's minor in terms of war, but has an impact on morale. But yeah, they basically, they were basically using this as an opportunity to do propaganda, which is understandable to boost morale. I just want you to, and it's a good thing. It's good news overall because that means that these dudes didn't fucking die. Okay? So, you know, that's not a bad thing. That's good news.
She sounds bad.
So the dudes that said, you know, fuck you to the Russians are alive. So this one has been consistent in uploads, no video for 225. Yeah, this is the dude that fucking hates me, who or hates me now, who I did not, who I was angry about when he was like writing snarky ass comments. That one got clipped out as well, and people were just like, I was upset that he was like uploading my VODs and then writing shit about like how fucking stupid I am in the description of the VOD. And I thought that that was really strange for someone who like,
thanks, Ajahn,
is a fan operated account that has like all of my VODs on it. And he literally annotates through all of my videos too. I mean, it's helpful. It's a helpful resource. I'm not personally, you know, I don't personally care.
Have you had a chance to play?
As you guys already know, my only fucking line, my only red line on it is like, you know, don't use videos to like try to make me look bad, or don't use videos to try to fucking shit on me. You know what I mean? In the chatter's actual like chat in the his like, you know, his in the chat, he's normal. Just like a normal dude. Anyway, yeah, he's like, debunking my takes by being like, Finland doesn't have a NATO base. It's like, yeah, bitch, okay, that's a fucking graphic that popped up for 1 second. You're like doing, you know, debunking. And then he made like a weird community post. No annoying timestamps tomorrow. Pause, champ.
As flex.
You know what I mean? And it's like, he's just like fucking hyping up. He's like hyping up all the fucking weirdos, you know what I mean, who have been. Anyway, this is who I was upset about and said I was gonna fucking copy strike. I'm not gonna copy strike them. I don't care. I hope they get well. Okay, find God, get well.
Thank you, being
especially because you like watch all of my fucking VODs and do annotations on all of my fucking VODs, which is not healthy in general. Okay? And it seems like you're like not even just a regular fan, but like a mega fan, okay? And you know, if you're watching through all of this, maybe you'll understand. If you're watching through all my VODs, you should know my positions a little bit better than just fucking taking a stance and being like NATO good. Approaching spreadsheet levels, yeah. Okay, so doesn't even make money off of it. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, that's the thing. There's a lot of people in this community that are providing helpful resources. or wanting to provide helpful resources for others in the community. I think he's like started off with a helpful way, but is like now it just fucking hates me, I think, but can't stop himself. So definitely annotating the fuck out of this right now. I mean, he's probably watching right now. I do mean it. Like he seems like a decent person, but maybe a little bit lost.
Seems good.
Like the Swerve TikTok anti-HasanAbi account, they're fans with different views in general. Yeah. So what's happening in Ukraine YouTube video seems kind of like damage control attempt, in my opinion. Yeah, I've been doing 12-hour coverage on what's going on in Ukraine for the past 3-4 days now because I'm trying to do damage control, and not because Vladimir Putin hasn't done like a pathetically, idiotically, fucking painfully awful, stupid point of view. I mean, stupid action, point of action that you know, brutal, awful. And I don't agree with what he's doing. I have to maintain the same position.
Damn, it's crazy that I've been here for 19 months and I have not devolved into a tanky or psycho. Pogu hassle.
Anyway, this can happen. You can actually, you know, change your opinion on things. I believe you legitimately thought this wouldn't happen. Of course I legitimately thought this wouldn't happen. And that point of view was not only just my own, but also channeled by apparently the head of German, the head of German intelligence that was in Ukraine, shared by Zelensky, shared by the Defense Ministry of Ukraine, shared by Ukrainians, a sentiment expressed by Russians, Russian analysts, Ukrainian analysts, a sentiment only that obviously Vladimir Putin did not agree with, and also the United States State Department. Anyway, YouTube just blocked RT and other Russian channels from generating revenue from Phil Stewart on Twitter. People obsessed with leftist drama make me want to join Proud Boys. Yeah, I know. It's a hyper focusing on that sort of stuff instead of continuing coverage is right. You were very smug about it, though. I was.
In the meantime,
I was very smug about it. I thought I was taking crazy pills. That is the main lesson here. Is that, you know, that was the humbling moment here. Is that like I need to not be so aggressive.
Hassle.
When I 1000% believe I'm right, because there are certain parts of that argument that were wrong. But most of the underlying data, the material conditions that render Vladimir Putin to be a fucking madman, motivations from the Russian side, those are still correct. So the premises were correct. It's not like I misinformed you or lied to you in any capacity. It's just that the reasonable assumption in that circumstance would have been that a full-blown invasion of Ukraine is fucking insane. And I was wrong. Okay. And yeah, the other thing is all the reasons why I thought it wouldn't happen have held up. And Russia is like currently getting fucking cumpstered and dumpstered. You know what I mean? That's the reason why so many analysts alongside myself were like, there's no way. That's fucking insane. What an insane thing to do. Yeah, perhaps it's because, you know, they would get fucking owned. And owned as in like, obviously they would kill and be senselessly brutal to so many Ukrainian people. And that would be the main problem there, obviously, as I mentioned over and over again, that Ukraine would turn into Afghanistan. But Afghanistan has consequences on the invading force as well.
Hey, yo.
Invasion of Ukraine, a Vice special report. We'll look at this in a second. I want to get started off with a couple different things. First of all,
Elden Ring, baby.
I find this really funny. The GOP comms people are belatedly realizing that conservatives' massive crush on Putin is his political liability. A little bit of America take on this, okay? The casualty counts are always going to be false, for the record. They're always going to be false.
Glory to Ukraine.
The Ukrainian officials are saying about 3,500 Russian troops have been killed or injured. I think there was like UK intelligence saying like way smaller than that. Doesn't matter. All of that's going to be false right now. That's just, we'll talk about it in a second. That doesn't change the reality that Russia is still getting comstered though. UK says 450, I think. Anyway, the GOP comms people, a little bit of America takes here, a contrast in leadership. Like Zelensky's out there fighting, right? And Joe Biden is just walking to a helicopter. What's Joe Biden supposed to do? Go and fight in Ukraine? What's going on? What a take. Anyway, but it's funny that the Republicans went from like straight up being like Vladimir Putin is great. He's like Christian conservative. He's just maintaining he's just defending a future for our Christian conservative white children. Like, what the fuck's wrong with that? They were literally saying shit like that, and now they're like probably realizing, wait a minute, Red Scare propaganda. Like, Americans fucking hate Russians. Like, the American public might not be as like susceptible to this messaging as we previously thought. You know, that's a little sussy. Maybe we need to dial back on the narrative there. TASS reported numbers of equipment they lost and servicemen who were killed or taken hostage in the invasion of Ukraine, but then quickly deleted it. According to that information, more than 3,500 soldiers were killed or captured. Russians need to know what is happening.
Sorry you having so much hate. I guess it come with the role you have in politics.
Did you hear what Trump said? Allegedly that he thinks Putin is smart for invading Ukraine? Yes, I did. And I think it's fucking hilarious. Anyway, so we talked about the Snake Island video. Here's some footage of them. Luckily, it doesn't seem like they died, so that's a good thing. Homies are chilling. So that's a big dub. Russia's plan per the Ukrainska Pravda intelligence sources, attacks along the border so troops leave Kyiv, seize Kyiv airport for panic, cut city's electricity, comms, arson, looting, create columns of refugees to Kyiv to hinder movement to Ukrainian troops, and seize leadership. So,
disruption to
U.S. sanctions don't impact Russia's oil and natural gas sales. I mean, this is like stuff that we already talked about. This is old news. This is from yesterday. They died. What the fuck? No. I don't think they died. No, the Ukrainian. Wait, where is it? I thought the Ukrainian government just released footage just released information that they didn't die. Am I crazy?
We've been in a paradoxical relationship for 2 years, Hassie.
Hold on.
Happy anniversary.
They didn't. You're being chat bamboozled. I'm being hostlighted. I'm being hostlit right now. Hold on. The whole point of why I fucking started the conversation was about like potential misinformation going around.
Interesting thread. I cannot post links in chat cause I'm
New
not
viewers
a
are coming in with old information. Yeah, I don't think you guys saw that.
Ukraine. Keep up the good coverage, my dude.
The Ukrainian government that originally said
Hassle.
that they died and they got the posthumous medal, then they confirmed that the garrison of the Snake Island is alive, but maybe some of them might have died. But yeah, the Russian government actually released footage. The Russian government released footage showing that they were actually captured alive.
Paying for my privilege of seeing no ads.
Here, the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense themselves on Facebook confirmed that the garrison of Snake Island is alive and has surrendered to Russian troops. This is what I wanted. This is what I wanted to see from you guys. For the record, if you know how to screenshot and then translate it. I mean, this is the translation, but preliminary information that border guards may be dead came before the defenders lost contact, as previously reported. So you're taking Russia's word for it? Guys, it's the Ukraine. That's why I'm asking you. Is this not the Ukrainian defense? I don't care about Russia's word on this. Preliminary information that border guards may be dead came before the defenders lost contact, as previously reported on February 24th. The aggressor fired from naval weapons and used combat aircraft on border guards and soldiers of the armed forces on the island of Zmini. According to available information at the time, the infrastructure was destroyed and the island was captured. Prior to that, the enemy repeatedly tried in vain to intimidate Ukrainian defenders with demands to surrender and received only one correct answer: no one will surrender. We understand that Russian propagandists know how to make the necessary information attacks and use them, noting that Ukrainian defenders have surrendered. Border guards and fighters of the armed forces bravely defended themselves, especially in the face of the overwhelming means of defeat in enemy forces. Work to learn about the fate of Ukrainian defenders continued in all possible directions. Currently, after receiving information about their probable location, the SBGS, together with the armed forces, is working to identify our soldiers, which is common in open networks. We sincerely hope that the boys will return home as soon as possible, and the information received at the time of attack and on the death will not be confirmed. Glory to Ukrainian defenders. # Stop Russia. So they're working on it. They're working on identifying them to make sure that it's confirmed. But there is a possibility that they might not have been killed, which is good.
Finally caved and made my own luck rather than my two gifties. Thank you.
Calling them boys? I mean, it's probably a translation. It's probably a translation making it. Why is the chat so obsessed with trying to prove you wrong so often? I'm newer to the channel. Started watching to kick off the war. It's a bit sad and pathetic. People are dying and chatters care about shitting on you. There's a lot of information that comes out in situations like this, and you have to be super careful.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Paul Heyman, and I am the advocate for the reigning, defending, undisputed WWE heavyweight
Ukrainian multimedia platform broadcasting Ukraine Forum. I mean, I don't know I mean, this is definitely pro-Ukraine, but state border guard service. There's hope all Ukrainian defenders of Snake Island may still be alive.
After hearing Chief Kyiv is deploying.
A meme page told me they die, so refuse. It's not just meme pages. No. The Ukrainian ministry and even Zelensky said that they would get heroes medals and stuff like that because they thought that they were dead. So that's precisely why a lot of people. That's precisely why a lot of people would go with that. Another piece of misinformation was like the not a tank, but it has tracks. I guess it's like an APC. The APC that you saw that went out of control and drove over a car. Everyone reported that as being like a Russian tank. That wasn't a Russian tank. It was a Ukrainian tank that had gone out of control while there was literally a firefight, an active firefight going on in the background. There was an active firefight going on in the background, and they actually killed the fucking Russian saboteurs that were as an anti-air vehicle, an anti-aircraft APC variant. Okay, nerds. And every article first said it was a Russian tank, which was proven wrong pretty quickly because Russians marked their tanks with Z's. Then people were saying it's actually Russians that took over the tank, and you know, were dressed up as Ukrainians, and that wasn't correct either. And it was literally just a tank that went out of control, which happens in war all the time, and it's still the fault of Russia because if it wasn't for fucking Russia, it's not like they would be there. It's not like a fucking anti-aircraft APC would be driving down the fucking streets. You know what I mean? And they still successfully were able to kill the saboteurs, which was the reason
16
that the tank was out there to begin with. Anyway. And most importantly, the old person in the fucking car survived. That was awesome. But the only reason why I tell you all of this is not to, like, you know, clear up any side's name on this. You know, Russia bad, Ukraine good. Okay, I don't want you to be confused. The only reason why I mention this is because media literacy at times like this is really, really important, because you don't want to get caught off guard with how the fuck did he survive? It was in between the tracks. It's crazy. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that or not, but it was just fucking, it's wild. You're pro-Russia, right? Of course not. Magomed Tushayev, one of Ramzan Kadyrov's top warlords, has been killed in action in Hostomel. Ukraine's elite Alpha group is reportedly fighting Chechens in the airfield. Jesus. Like, another thing that people were worried about was the ICBMs that were being moved around. That's just old footage of ICBMs being moved around for... old footage of Russian ICBMs being moved around for like a parade. It's an intercontinental ballistic missile. It doesn't need to be moved 100 kilometers in one direction. The entire purpose of that missile is literally to fucking... You can launch it. Well, I mean, you still... I don't know what the delivery mechanism is of that missile, but like, pretty sure wherever it normally is capable of hitting Ukraine or other countries if need be. They wouldn't have to fucking, you know, move it around. That's the whole point of that. That's the whole point of that, is that it's got, you know, enough range for the continent. Okay, so, see videos of Russian crucifying Ukrainian soldier and lighting him on fire. It's disgusting. I 100% do not believe that that's a real thing, especially because most of the footage I have seen is Russians getting their shit absolutely pushed in, and actually Ukrainians being relatively nice to the Russian, the Russian troops that Putin has decided to throw in the line as like fucking cannon fodder. Most of them are green. Most of them are super fucking young, not experienced troops whatsoever, reserves or conscripts that don't look like they've been fucking well fed. That's an old video, chat. It's from 2014. Yeah, a lot of the Molotov cocktail videos that you're seeing that are going around are actually from 2014 as well. They're not actually new. They're not videos that are happening right now. Part of what is really frustrating about watching this from this part of the world is that a lot of people love fantasizing about other people dying, other people surviving, other people fighting back. It makes us feel good, but you know, we're doing armchair quarterbacking on you know, Ukrainian lives here. Like, Ukrainian conscription is not something that I think is a good idea at all. I mean, if you want to do it, that's one thing. Oh, by the way, here I was watching the Vati Video Beginner's Guide, but that's unrelated. The subject matter right now. But I do find it rather strange when people are just like, this is how you make a Molotov cocktail. It's like, bitch, are you going to go fight? Then shut the fuck up, okay? Like, you go fight. Go fight then. Go fight. Go fight. Go fight. You can't be fucking telling Ukrainians, like, people were yelling at me for telling Ukrainians in my chat, like, get the fuck out of Ukraine if you can. Please. Like, if you have an opportunity to get out of Ukraine, definitely get the fuck out of Ukraine. It's so weird, like, that people treat this like they're watching Call of Duty happening
As flex.
from across the planet. And obviously, like, romanticizing nationalistic sentiments in a time of war against an imperialist superpower that's aggressing or that's moving into your borders and killing your friends and family members and destroying your fucking cities is an understandable counter, but, like, be fucking normal, okay? Be normal. 1,000,000,000%. If you're a Ukrainian watching me, get the fuck out of Ukraine if you can. I care more about your safety. I don't give a fuck about a piece of land, okay? Same goes for also people donating to the literal military right now. Kind of weird. I do think it's well, I don't know why people are donating to the Ukrainian military. Like, people were telling me I should be donating money to the Ukrainian military instead of evacuation funds. And I was thinking, like, why would I do that? I already do that in the form of tax dollars to the American government. You know what I mean? You think you can match the amount of fucking guns and you think you can match the amount of guns and weapons and money for weapons that the American government is handing to Ukraine right now? You can't. I don't know. This seems like a cause worth fighting for. Not saying it's wrong to flee, though. Listen, this is my personal point of view, okay? I don't believe in fucking... I don't believe in borders. I don't believe in fucking nationalist sovereignty. I don't believe in any of that. I don't. I'm a citizen of the world, and I love you in my chat. I love human beings. If you're a fan of mine, I would urge you to protect your friends and protect your family and protect yourself rather than fucking, get evaporated by, some Spetsnaz freaks that are fucking invading your country because your government gave you a fucking automatic rifle to use. Like, because the thing that most war porn fantasizers in America don't actually tell you is that the moment you take up arms against an invading force, you are no longer a civilian. You are now an enemy combatant. It is a just cause. I get it. But my perspective on the matter is,
Good morning.
I'm not going to sit here and fucking tell you to stay and fight.
Stay safe, everyone. Hassle.
Yeah. When someone rips you to shreds, though, because you were holding a gun, it's not considered a war crime. Like, they don't give a fuck that you are shooting a gun for the first time. You're just a meat shield in that situation. Anyway.
Keep up
Russian losses of vehicles in the last 24 hours. Here, we'll talk about that. Here at UNICEF, we'll match every donation of an M4 with another M16. Ukraine needs everything it can get. Wait, what?
Proud of you for adapting.
Enemy combatant? No, that's what I'm saying. The distinction turns into an enemy combatant.
"16 months, still no brain rot, still love Hasan and chat."
Anyway, will he keep this energy for Hamas? Dog, Hamas has nowhere to go. Gaza is an open air prison. It's not like that's a ridiculous fucking take. Where are they gonna go? They got nowhere to go. They can't go anywhere. Like, and also, I'm not telling the fucking Ukrainian army to stand down. I'm telling the fucking civilians who are going to get caught in the crossfire. You get that, right? And I wouldn't make comparisons to Hamas or rather Palestinians that are currently occupied, okay, that are currently under occupation by a brutal, oppressive apartheid state, to the Ukrainians, which at least have a standing army and broad support from the rest of the fucking planet at the moment. It's crazy. I mean, it's just like you're avoiding the brutality that goes completely unnoticed when it comes to victims being Palestinians or Arabs in general, Muslims, brown people. And my point is this. Ultimately, okay, we're having this conversation here in the comfort of our homes. I think it's fucking disgusting that Americans turn around and they're like, yeah, dude, this is how you make a Molotov cocktail, bro. Like, go attack a fucking tank, brother. It's like, bitch, you will never do that. You go do that. How about we do a 1-to-1 transfer, okay? I would rather have a Ukrainian person living here in your place, and you can go and do that there. If you fucking tweet some shit like that, you have to go there, and you have to literally do a swap, okay? I'm pretty sure the Ukrainian dude would 1000% be in a, they'd be down for that, for sure. Dumb take. Okay, again, you swap. It's LARPing, and it's fucked up. Straight up Republican talking point. Bro, did you guys not see, like, on the first night, the Ukrainian kid that watches me sent me a fucking photo of him packing his bags? Do you want him to die? Like, what kind of fucking stupid take is this? I 1000% want to make sure that that person is over the border in fucking Poland, rather they're in the fucking line of fire. Shut the fuck up. You can act like you have this like nationalistic fervor towards Ukraine. You can say Slava Ukraine all day, every day, but like you're not the one who's gonna die in that situation. I hate liberals who like fantasize about other people dying all the time. You're just LARPing, dude. They're already trained people, okay? And they're doing a decent job. Putting guns in the hands of like random untrained people is going to make them enemy combatants, untrained enemy combatants that get fucking rolled. And there are plenty of historic precedents for this. There's a reason why even the fucking serfs had standing armies. Like they at least made the peasants train. You know what I mean? You can't just like fucking give it. You can't give guns to civilians and then be like, all right, fuck it, YOLO, let's do it, baby. They don't even do that in the fucking Taliban. You know what I mean?
Hassle.
I'm losing my shit at the art majors that believe script kiddies can end the war by DDoSing websites. Yeah, I mean, it helps though, probably.
Hi, chat.
Okay. A Nigerian medical student at Poland-Ukraine border, according to the BBC News, a Nigerian medical student at the Poland-Ukraine border, Medika Shaney, told me that she has been waiting 7 hours to cross the border. She says border guards are stopping black people and sending them back to the queue, saying they have to let Ukrainians through first. A student I just spoke with said it was Ukrainian soldiers, not Polish border guards, telling him this. Polish border force spokesperson told me Poland is allowing anyone who comes to the Ukraine border entry to Poland. God damn. Well, I guess it's not even the fucking Polish, but, you know. How can you demilitarize a country that has mobilized its entire population? This will only end a massacre. Exactly. You have to remember you're talking to gamers who think it's just like COD and they can pick up a weapon and fight against experienced Chechens coming for them. I mean, dude, if the only caveat I have to my statement is if you see Chechens coming for you, then it's over anyway. So you should just grab a gun and shoot back. That is the only time where I'm like, listen, at that point, it doesn't matter. If you see like fucking Russian troops and shit, that's one thing. Those are like fucking conscripts. They don't want to be there. You know what I mean? For the most part, they don't know what the fuck's going on either. I mean, there are like literally conversations with the Russians and Ukrainians, like Russians that are stranded because they've run out of gas on the supply line. So they just like are standing on the side of the fucking road. They're standing on the side of the road and a Ukrainian guy pulls up to them and he's like, "What's up? What's good?" And the Russian soldier's like, "We ran out of gas. What's going on?" He's like, "I'll tow you all the way back to fucking Russia." Like they're having more familial conversations. But if you see Chechens coming for you, if you see the big bearded dudes coming for you, then it's probably a GG in that situation. You should probably, you know, if you have a gun, then, you know, pray for the best. This is the video I'm talking about, by the way. Multiple videos of social media on Russian military out of fuel, food, stuck on highways. Like their fucking supplies, their supply chain is like destroyed. I don't know how the fuck they didn't plan this out. I don't know what is going on that they can't even like resupply.
Сломались, пацаны. Сломались.
Yo, Hasan, it's standard
Можно
progress.
тащить
I
на
did your
Россию
coverage
обратно.
of this situation. Glad
А
you're
вы хоть
doing well,
знаете, куда вы
comrade.
едете? Куда? На Киев, блядь, хуярите. Да. Ну, у вас пока все на нашей стороне. Ваши и плен сдаются хорошо. Потому что тоже пацаны не знают, куда ехать, блядь. И я вот всю
The capital is almost encircled, but it's all good in Ukraine. I mean, it's not all good. It's not all good at all. But Ukrainians have been pushing back and resisting way better than anticipated. The fact that they have been able to like take down fucking carriers potentially. Yeah, he says, "Do you want to tow back to Russia?"
пообспрашивал таких, как вы. Никто не в курсе вообще, кто куда.
He says, "Do you want to tow back to Russia?" I think they laugh about it or something, but oh, here's the English subtitles.
Сломались, пацаны.
Here.
Сломались. Можно оттащить на Россию обратно. А вы хоть знаете, куда вы едете?
Like this is the fucked up shit. This is the insane part of war is that like these are dudes. One, these are dudes who have relatives in either country. These are people who are very similar to one another in every fucking in every way, okay? And nationalism, the fucking poison, has made them decide that they are so different and they have to fucking fight one another. It's just such a sad state of affairs, you know what I mean?
Куда? На Киев, блядь, хуярите. Да. Ну, у вас пока все на нашей стороне. Ваши и плен сдаются.
What is this? RLL did a video explaining this from a geopolitical view. Okay. Huh.
Хорошо. Потому что тоже
Well, while
пацаны
everything is on our side, yours and your prisoners
не знают, куда
surrender. Well,
ехать, блядь. И я вот всю колонну пообспрашивал таких, как вы. Никто не едет.
he says because the boys also do not know where they're
Я вот
going.
всю колонну пообспрашивал
And I
таких,
asked the whole column, people like you, no one knows where
как
they
вы.
are
Никто не
and
в
where
курсе
they are
вообще, кто куда
going.
едет.
Why Turkey refused to close the Bosphorus against Russian warships? Because that's like kind of like airspace, restricting airspace. A lot of people don't understand this, okay? I wanted to talk about that too. A lot of people think like, oh, we should do a no-fly zone over Ukraine. It's like, okay, who's gonna do that? Are you gonna enforce it, Karen? Are you gonna fucking fly around and use your jet fighters to stop that from happening? People think like a no-fly zone is... People think a no-fly zone is a suggestion, and then everyone's like, oh, wow, like, I guess, oh, no, they have put up no-fly zone over Ukraine. fuck, suka bliat. I will never be able to fly over now. It's a protective barrier. It's like, no, that means a no-fly zone means you have to fly your own jet fighters so you can fucking literally blow every single airplane that flies over that area. So someone needs to enforce that no-fly zone. So who are you going to use to do that? Who are you? Which nation is going to enforce the no-fly zone? Will it be Americans? Will it be NATO nations? So that it's a Article 5 invocation. I mean, technically, it'd be Article 4 in this circumstance because it's not even on NATO land. And the same concept goes for the Bosphorus. One, it has no strategic importance in this time for a Ukrainian invasion, because I don't think people understand like where the Bosphorus is. That is good. That would only be important. You would only need a fucking no-fly zone. You cannot enforce a no-fly zone without starting an act of war. When enforcing, we tried this in Syria. Exactly. So when you do when you do a fucking no Bosphorus zone for absolutely zero material purpose, zero tactical purpose, you're just trying to flex nuts. And there's no reason in this situation. What are they going to do? Are they going to put fucking carriers through the Bosphorus to do what? To invade Ukraine further? Do you know where the Bosphorus is? That would make sense if they were invading, I don't know, thinking about invading Italy or some shit. No, it definitely has. Russians are fighting for Mariupol, which is near the Black Sea. Dog, the Bosphorus part of the Black Sea. Okay, you're explaining something to a person who is Turkish, who literally grew up in that area that you're talking about, and the fucking space between where the action is and where the Bosphorus is, and shutting off the Bosphorus is completely irrelevant. They can only use it. I mean, they could technically, Russia moving nuclear weapons from east to Moscow. That's not true. That's not happening. That's fake. That's fake news. It's like as stupid as like Russia demanding Kazakhstan send troops into Ukraine. It's so pathetic that it reminds me of America in so many different ways. Like everything that I know, people get super triggered whenever I compare Russia to America as like an imperialist power, even though like America is an imperialist power and so is Russia in this situation. They're like flinging around trying to drum up any sort of like moral symbolic support they can from all these like fucking micronations that they already basically control. Kazakhstan couldn't even fucking control its own genuine uprising, okay? And at the demand help or beg for help from Russia to bring in their own fucking paratroopers and their own shock troopers to beat the shit and kill their own fucking protesters last month. And then Russia's like, hey, send some troops into Ukraine. What the fuck is the purpose? What tactical purpose do you have in that situation? Not a micronation, but you know what I mean. It's like fucking minuscule, and their power is minuscule. Same with Belarus. It's like fucking America forcing, every fucking every NATO country to invade Afghanistan. You guys got to come with us. It's like, dog, you have all the military. Why are you asking Norway to send fucking troops to Afghanistan? What the fuck are the 8 Norwegians gonna do there? Oh, we are in Afghanistan. We are fighting alongside America. It's very cool to be a part of NATO. I loved being a part of NATO. Like what do you? Yeah, it's like Latvia. We need Estonia and Latvia to immediately rush to our help as we fucking destroy the Karengal Valley. Oh, okay. Like it's just stupid. You're literally looking for. You are personally looking for like moral support from anyone and everyone that you can when you ask Kazakhstan to. You ask Kazakhstan to send fucking troops into Ukraine. Okay. Really sad and really pathetic on behalf of Russia to do such a thing. So wanted to point that out as well. Just like I wanted to point the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour. And if you no longer want to see that, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. Okay, that's right. Yeah, poggo me all you want, but the ad break comes for all, regardless. Okay? Okay? Comes for all unless you are subscribed. You're lucky you can get gifted a sub. They didn't actually want Kazakhstan to send troops. They wanted to see if they would send troops and be a homie like Russia did for them. Really proved Kazakhstan's friendship, but that's Scorpios for you. Yeah. I think I'm going to stop doing any sort of analysis and exclusively do that. I'm just going to be like, yo, the real Gemini behavior from Kazakhstan, not sending fucking troops into Ukraine. Okay? That's some real Scorpio behavior from Kazakhstan. Real fake friend shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine asking Russia for help to squash your own protests in your country and they send paratroopers to go and fucking murder people, but then you can't even send a single fucking, troop back. Fucked up, sweaty. Here's the 1 minute ad break now, by the way. Let me pull that up. That was one thing I wanted to talk about. Yeah, fake friends, dude. Fake fucking friends, dude. Fake friends. Here it is. Russia sending troops into Kazakhstan as clash between security forces and anti-government protesters turned deadly. Here's Kazakhstan, one of Russia's closest allies and southern neighbor, denying a request for its troops to join the offensive in Ukraine. Other things that make me feel like Russia is doing the America playbook in every way they can, or like not even America, but America and ally adjacent playbook is, yes, saying like Azov Battalion is the reason why we need to fucking invade the entirety of Ukraine. Total fucking America shit, total IDF shit to be like, oh, Hamas, that's why we need to bomb the entirety of Gaza. Complete fucking ripped right out of the playbook of IDF and American troop activity. It's like they're literally plagiarizing. Like you could DMCA copy strike Russia for saying pretty much everything that like Western and Israeli leadership has ever said to justify their actions. There was even talk about potential WMDs, which I find to be, again, incredibly laughable. The Russian ambassador in Japan was talking about how they might be looking, Ukraine was potentially getting WMDs. I think I've heard that before. Definitely heard that before. I can't remember who did that, but you can't be out here ripping bars, okay? You can't just fucking copy paste everything that America does when they want to justify doing war, okay? So, the Russians said they were concerned about the potential of rebels creating a dirty bomb as their reason for taking over Chernobyl. That was a fun one too. Other misinformation, like a lot of people thought that they were taking over Chernobyl because they thought that the reactor was like still actively powering places in Ukraine. That's not true. The reason why they took over Chernobyl is for strategic positioning. You can go through Chernobyl, and the reason why they kept the people at Chernobyl hostage is so that it doesn't so there isn't like because it's still active, but it's not you being used to power anything, but I'm pretty sure it was for protection. And also the other reason is they took over Chernobyl so they can push troops through there directly. I thought it was inhabitable and still radioactive. I mean, you can walk through it. You can walk through it, and that's it. My fear is Chernobyl is a low population zone. I'm saying going through Chernobyl is an easier route into Kyiv. Genuine question: why do Yemen and Syria and Myanmar and Eritrea and Central Africa and like Syria ally with Russia? Think about that. Or China or India. Why are they like that? I wonder. Because you have Eastern you have Western hegemonic global control. These countries all have leaders. These countries all have their own unique interests. They might even have their own territorial disputes going on at this moment. And usually they have an anti-Western point of view for understandable reasons. That's why they fucking take a neutral position in situations like this. It doesn't mean that the situation is justified. But Russia is a strategic partner of India because it's kind of seen as like the middleman between India and China. Same with China as well. China has like openly stated they would stand by Russia against any kind of any way to repel Western superpowers. That's kind of their point. That's the reason why they're doing it. So border officials tweeting that the African students' denial into Poland is false, Russian misinfo. Could be the case. I think it could have been the Ukrainian border that did it, but that's what the BBC was saying. Russian misinfo? It's a BBC reporter, brother. What the fuck do you mean Russian misinfo? It's BBC misinfo. Misinfo is a constant. I don't know if I can click on this. Wait, is there footage of this? Okay, no. Russian artillery fire has struck Kyiv Children's Cancer Hospital in Okhmadit, killing one child and wounding two, along with two adults, TSN reported. Eyewitnesses reported the city is under fire from multiple launch rocket systems. Oh, Chelsea had a take on this too. Chelsea Manning, friend of the show. HasanAbi head Chelsea Manning says, I wish I had a non-technical explanation for how badly the Russian invasion of Ukraine is going for them. First 12 to 18 hours of incredible advance, only to slow to near stalemate with brutal strategic losses across the board. Meanwhile, Ukraine has reestablished command and control. This is the first strategic conventional force-on-force combat we've seen in the information age, and the old rules still apply. Basic rules are armors are big targets that need lots of support by light infantry, not mech. You need total air superiority to provide close air support, and cyber is magical but loses effectiveness quickly. Makes no dent when lines actually crystallize. The thing with the Russian blitzkrieg, the problem with the Russian blitzkrieg, in my opinion, or what is fearful here, what I fear here is that I'm worried when the targeted strikes turn into not so targeted strikes. Once the Russian leadership realize that like their forces are seeing a lot of attrition, and they're tired and they're scared and they don't want to fight anymore, and then I feel like the conflict will become way more brutal. Because Russia already targeting civilians. Russia's targeting of civilians is, so far, Russia's targeting of civilians has been limited to strike regions, like what they would consider to be collateral damage, which I think is unacceptable for the record. Again, I want to point this out. But there is a difference between going after military positions and straight up indiscriminately bombing civilian territory. That's not propaganda. It's still completely unacceptable because they have no business bombing Ukraine. They just don't have any business bombing Ukraine. So that happens when Americans do it as well. It's like America bombing Baghdad. You know what I mean? Well, America's bombing of Baghdad was indiscriminate. This is different. But it's like America doing a drone strike and then being like, oops, some civilians died. It's collateral. You know what I mean? Chechens don't want to fight with Ukrainians. We are shocked that the Ukrainians have so many weapons. We have no desire to fight against the Ukrainian people, says Chechen leader Kadyrov. What the fuck? Some say Kadyrov has been taken out of context. He means he wouldn't fight against the Ukrainian people, but would with neo-Nazi Ukrainians. Bro. For the record, you guys remember when everyone would be like, oh, dude, well, Russians have fucking nationalists on their side, too. And I would talk about, Kadyrov and also the Chechens. Him saying he's going to fucking kill only the neo-Nazis is pretty funny. Because, like, yeah, he's Muslim and he's not technically a Nazi-style nationalist, but he's still very much a right-wing reactionary, like the worst kind of nationalist reactionary. Which is pretty funny when he's like, yeah, we're here to kill the Nazis. It's like, oh, cool, okay. What do you mean by that? That's interesting. What do I always say? Conservatives hate conservatives in other countries for their conservatism. It's like Ben Shapiro being like, these guys are such brutal occupiers. Ben Shapiro being like, I hate how homophobic people in Iraq are. It's like, dude, what do you mean? Have you seen yourself? You are our guy for, America. Anyway. So. Foxo says it is possibly Trump's aid that he gave to Ukraine that they're using now. Oh, that's funny. New statement from Zelensky regarding the... Why did I click that, dude? Really gonna poop sock me in the middle of like the war coverage, dude? Really? You deserve a perma for that, but I'm gonna just give you a week off for that, you fucking piece of shit. Jesus Christ. Okay, so besides being economically painful, why can't the rest of the world get together and airlift everyone in Ukraine out to wherever they want to go with full citizenship, give Russia the land, and then stop doing business with them? What? That's crazy. That's funny. I mean, that's a good take, man, for sure. Good takes all around. Russian lost in the last 24 hours against in his war against Ukraine. Su-30 fighter aircraft, 11 helicopters, 2 Su-25 aircraft, 2 76 air fighters, a column. This one is disputed, I think, but I don't know. A column of equipment and fuel echelon, according to Air Force Command of Ukrainians Armed Forces. The Ukrainian armed forces are putting a pretty decent fight against them. Which, again, causes fear in my heart, specifically because I worry that then they turn around and, you mean mistakes like this? Missile hits residential building in Ukraine, capital Kyiv, the Russia-Ukraine war. The Russian military said on Saturday it had targeted Ukraine's military infrastructure using cruise missiles fired from air and sea. Yes, I saw this earlier. This happened earlier today. Kyiv, our splendid, beautiful, peaceful city, survived another night under attacks by Russian ground forces and missiles. One of them has hit a residential apartment in Kyiv. I demand the world fully isolate Russia, expel ambassadors, oil embargo, ruin its economy, stop Russian war criminals. Some people are saying it was a Ukrainian. Some people were saying it's a Ukrainian missile. Some people are saying it's a Russian missile. I don't fucking know. There is proof at least of one IL-76 being downed, yes. But they're saying that it was it's potentially an anti-aircraft missile that ended up hitting a Ukrainian building. Except, hey, you want to know how anti-aircraft missiles would never be fired? If Russia was not invading Ukraine, that's how you would stop a anti-aircraft missile from being fired. So there is that. So I don't know. That missile was found to be a Buk anti-aircraft missile misfiring. So it was a Ukrainian missile that malfunctioned. There's footage of the missile path diverting suddenly. See, this is what I mean. It was confirmed as a Russian missile aimed to hit police headquarters just across. Some people are saying it was actually confirmed a Russian missile. Some people are saying it was not a Russian missile. It was a Ukrainian anti-aircraft missile. You will never fucking get an anti-aircraft missile heading downwards. I don't think so. What do you call it? Is this just a threat? Russia moves with heavy flamethrower weapon? What? Okay. Stalemate and a good defense can lead to terrible treatment of prisoners and brutal acts of violence, or it can lead to de-escalation. Huge risk. Got to hope Putin is ready to back down a bit. Not sure on that. Okay. We're gonna get into Swift in a second. Russia is, bro. Are you spreading misinformation? None of this is confirmed. Dog, I'm literally stating that I don't know what is going on with this fucking missile. That's not spreading misinformation. That's being cautious about the information being spread. It's like literally the exact opposite of spreading misinformation, which is what I've been telling you from the jump. No matter what, though, none of this would be a thing if Russia was not invading. So it doesn't matter. They are still at fault. No matter what happens, it doesn't mean anything. All of the casualties or all of the issues with like even if it is a Ukrainian weapon misfiring or fucking up, that's still Russia's fault.
It seems to have been a fairly well-appointed home.
Jesus Christ.
This apartment here is not as destroyed as the others. Just gives you a sense of how normal this must have been until the moment of the impact. The ones under are completely ruined. This one here still has some sense of being salvageable. Well, to an extent anyway. Oh, I guess over here though.
Homie, why are you there? Why are you there right now? Well, isn't that gonna fucking fall apart? What the fuck? Get out of there, dude.
Wow.
He's the landlord. What happened to the possible ceasefire negotiations in Belarus? Was that just a bad faith suggestion by Russia? The problem is they keep limiting their targeting, and I don't know if it's because they don't have the resupply or because they genuinely want to have like a ceasefire conversation started. But then they keep shelling. So I don't know how to go about it. And one of the main problems is, even if they figured out that Israel will be the neutral party to be in the middle of the talks, they haven't figured out a place to do the talks yet. Because going to Belarus is fucking ridiculous. Like, I totally get why, I totally understand why Zelensky would not want to do that, because that's not a neutral location. Israel neutral? Yes, Israel literally is, in this circumstance, a trade partner. Bro, dog, guys. You want to know why Israel's neutral in this situation? Because there are Ukrainian oligarchs with Israeli passports, and there are Russian oligarchs with Israeli passports. So yes, they have a trade relationship with both of the nations by way of their fucking billionaire oligarchs. And that's precisely why Israel is the neutral party that both parties respect. Yeah, that's straight up the reason, for the record. Anyway, so I think Putin wants to teach Ukraine a lesson and make an example out of them for future NATO ambitions for anyone considering, including Ukraine, Sweden, Finland, Moldova. What is word that could be wrong though? No, dude, Finland and like Moldova, sure, but Finland and fucking Sweden are in an entirely separate position. Like, I feel like that would be, you know, you can't invade Finland in the same way that you could do to Ukraine. And also, regardless of what his ambitions are, he is absolutely he's not doing a great job of sending a message at the moment. My fears, however, are that because they're not doing a good job at the moment, they're gonna start beefing up their attacks and start firing indiscriminately. So if you think that like they were, if you think that the current targeted strikes are leading to civilian casualties and that's bad, wait till they're doing non-targeted strikes where the violence and the horrible human casualties is deliberate. I do hope that does not happen, however. I hope. Should the UK expel Russian citizens? Fuck no, that's idiotic. Shut the fuck up. That shit pisses me off so much when people say stuff like that. It's like, dude, Russians have nothing to do with this, okay? Think about me. If Recep Tayyip Erdogan was behaving in a fucking erratic and violent capacity, do you think like America should fucking kick me out? Do I strike you as like a supporter of Recep Tayyip Erdogan? I know a lot of people in this a lot of people in the chat are going to be like, yes, fuck yes. Ooh, that's what I've been waiting for. But like, to give you a frame of reference doesn't even fucking mean anything. Like someone being a national of a country does not automatically mean that they are in support of the violent actions. I fear for Moldova next. We should unban Moldovan Mama Liga. I miss him. I banned him because he said my hairline was receding faster than I think like what did he say? I forget what it was, but I'm gonna unban him. He's like fucking straight up brain broken about Putin. Remember, I never banned him because he kept like fucking saying I was a Putin puppet or whatever. I banned him because he said my hairline was receding. They said HasanAbi hairline is moving back just like Ukraine's border. Fucking piece of shit. Oh, it's just oh god, it's just fucked up, dude. Can you elaborate on why he can't invade Finland like Ukraine? European country, EU. There's additional like territorial defenses at play. Even Finland's relationship with NATO has always been like, oh, we'll do information sharing with you guys, but we're not going to full blown join you until recently. So anyway, this morning I signed an executive order instructing NH liquor wine outlets to begin removing Russian-made and Russian-branded spirits from our liquor and wine stores until further notice. New Hampshire stands with the people of Ukraine in their fight for freedom. A lot of the vodka is not even fucking Russian anyway. What are they doing? I mean, I guess like they can delete the Russian Russian spirits. Ulan para birimimiz savaştakilerden daha çok değer kaybetti amına koyayım. TR şaşırtmıyor. Turkish chatters in here being like, dude, our value, the value of the lira is still dropping. More than Russia in war. Unsurprising. That's what my Turkish chatter said. So the latest updates are 198 Ukrainians have been killed, including 3 children. An estimated 3,500 Russian soldiers have been killed and 200 have been taken prisoner. And a Russian cargo ship was seized in the channel. But again, those numbers are super, super exaggerated, most likely. But let's talk about footy for a second. All right. Breaking news. Russian oligarch Roman Abramovich hands over control of Chelsea to team's foundation trustees. The club announces, that's right, football's back, bruv. It's coming home, bruv, is a statement from the club owner Roman Abramovich. He said, during my nearly 20 years of ownership of Chelsea Football Club, I've always viewed my role as a custodian of the club, whose job it is ensuring that we are as successful as we can be today, as well as build for the future, while also playing a positive role in our communities. I've always taken decisions with the club's best interests at heart. I remain committed to these values. That's why I am today giving trustees of Chelsea's charitable foundation the stewardship and care of Chelsea FC. I believe that currently they are in the best position to look after the interests of the club, players, staff, and fans. Football is coming home, bruv. Football is coming home, bruv. He's coming home, England. Anyway, so yeah, he's protecting the football club. He's distancing himself from operations so the club and staff can't be impacted by what's going on in the world right now. It shows how much he cares about his most treasured asset. Yeah. Come on, England. Come on, England. Footy's coming fucking home, bruv. That's right. That's fucking right. My heart's with the people of Chelsea, bruv. That's right. Come on, boys. Oh, I didn't. So that was another piece of information that we were going to that I was going to cover. Oh, here. So one other thing that I was going to mention that I mentioned already was aside from harming Russia's global partnerships and making nations like Finland and Sweden reconsider neutralization and NATO memberships, Putin has also turned Zelensky from a somewhat unpopular figure that was seen as like relatively weak, or even depending on like how fucking far to the right you are in Ukraine, literally a Russian puppet, into a actual fucking like folklore hero, just a straight up hero in the eyes of many Ukrainians. So that is really, you know, that is another abject failure on behalf of Vladimir Putin. Even if he got fucking killed, okay, which I hope doesn't happen, but even if he got fucking killed in this circumstance, he would be martyred. He would be a hero. That would be the worst possible outcome for Russia if it wanted to control Ukraine ever, because then now you are continuing the fucking the insurgency for many years, and also creating a fucking power vacuum in which like the most nationalist, most reactionary forces could totally take over, and also take over in a way that like other people would justify and see as reasonable and justifiable. So they were laughing at Zelensky because he was a comedian before being president. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like he went from he went from being like a fucking comedian to being a relatively unpopular, somewhat unpopular leader. But that's normal too, by the way, because of course he's going to be a little unpopular because, you know, the country's not doing well no matter what happens. Playing the piano with his cock, yeah, that sort of thing. That's why they keep saying he's a cokehead. Like the Russian propaganda is that he's like a cokehead and he's a clown. But you know, he said earlier today that you know, President of Ukraine Volodymyr Zelensky rejects asylum offers from Europe. I will stay in my country, and if I die, I will die with my soldiers. Yeah, people are saying like he didn't run away like Yanukovych. And the other really interesting part of this dynamic is the ex-president, who literally is, I think, being tried for treason at the moment, came back to the country and was seen on CNN with a Kalashnikov in his hands. So there is that part too. And that motherfucker's a billionaire, dude. Like literally, what the fuck are you doing? You're worth like $1.6 billion, which is crazy. I mean, to be fair, he is not a good guy, okay? I'm not talking about Zelensky. And the mag of someone in the background fell. I didn't see that video. Wait, do you guys have that video? Why did you defend Crimea, fascist? Yeah, dude, I'm a fascist. Fascist for, you know, saying that we're not even going to have the conversation. Crimea is totally separate from what this conversation is about, okay? You are muddying the waters in order to try to fucking win a argument in your head. Yeah, I mean Poroshenko, yes. Here, let's find. I'm gonna try to find the fucking the footage. So what ended up? By the way, I love this. The dude said Poroshenko's not tried for fucking treason. Yes, he is. Except they said that they were not going to. They said that they were not going to try him. Poroshenko was tried for treason for, I think it was like coal trading with the Russian-backed separatists. But they said that they were not going to, they said that they were not going to fucking try him. Ex-Ukraine president holds AK-47 as he vows to fight the streets of Kyiv. Like, I just need you to understand that motherfucker is worth like 1.6 billion or something. Okay, like that's how much like Ukrainian nationalism and patriotism is important for these people. Which is why I'm always a little bit careful when I talk about it, and a little bit fearful when I talk about what could potentially happen. I mean, just imagine. So they didn't try him. No, they decided that they had bigger problems to worry about. Wait, is this the one? Not this. Oh, here it is. Look.
Can you tell me what you and the group you are with right now there are armed with, and what your intention is if the Russians roll in the next few hours?
Yeah, his treason was buying coal from separatist areas, exactly. Even though he has literally said disgusting shit about people living in Donbass, his treason was his treasonous acts against Ukraine were buying coal trading with the separatists.
Just my assistance here. This is the short Kalashnikov. We have just, let me see, maybe 4 and low on the 300 members of the battalion of the territorial defense. And we have 2 machine gun, and we have more or less that's it. We don't have any heavy artilleries. We don't have tanks. We don't have an armed personal carrier because we launched this process just a couple of days ago. And we create that for the 2 days. This is the long line of the people who want to enlist it in the battalion, but we don't have enough arms for that. And this is the only limits why the civil defense, the normal, ordinary people, sometimes never been in the army, staying in line now to join us. This is extremely touchable and extremely great demonstration how Ukrainian people hate Putin and how we are against Russian aggression. This is very clear.
How long do you think you can hold out?
Forever.
So, in the specific video, whatever, I just wanted to show you that, like, guys trying to get treason charges dropped by doing something patriotic. I don't know. I don't know what his goal is. I don't know how long he will actually end up staying there, but it is kind of fucking wild that he is there, is what I'm saying, as someone who is not only being charged for treason, but also as someone who is worth $1.6 billion. Like, you know, he's a fucking candy guy. He's the candy king. We're going to talk about the European and civilized thing in a second. People need to realize history will continue long after this moment, and the reaction to an invasion will be fascist. Ukraine is going down a true road to hell. I pray for its people, but so long as Ukraine demands Crimea, nothing will get better. What? The only way out of this circumstance, the only way out of this fucking situation is by either, like, fucking having Russia roll through Ukraine in its entirety, or by coming to the table and ending the conflict with a neutralization agreement that both sides have to agree to. And I've said this since day one, and I will continue repeating it, because the other alternative in this situation is full-scale nuclear war between, you know, NATO forces and NATO countries which have nukes, and also the Russian forces and the Russian government which has nukes. So that's it. Why are so many lefties weird about Russia? I don't think there are a lot of lefties that are weird about Russia. I think people are, I mean, there are certainly some, and they're fucking weird. I don't know what else to tell you about, like, the edge cases. But by and large, I don't think anyone is like, oh yeah, this is good. The invasion is good. Stop showing me, like, fucking random accounts with, like, cringe-ass fucking takes from people who just want to literally get that reaction out of you, that are saying shit like that. Specifically so you look at it and go, oh, look how crazy this is. Look how crazy these guys are. Anyway, what does change in SWIFT mean for Russia? To be fair, change in SWIFT is, like, more fucking, it's harmful for the Russian economy, of course, because it makes it way harder. The amount of Reddit posts of people pretending they're being useful by posting advice on how to fight a war is hilarious. Are these people serious? I just want them to fucking go and fight. If that's, like, instead of you know, breaking ABC News report citing a senior U.S. official that some Russian troops are disoriented and have heard a soldier on radio says he doesn't know how to shoot. What? What is that? I don't know what this is. Oh, I saw this. I saw these reports. Russians didn't have a tactical plan. The war costs about $20 billion a day. There are rockets for 3-4 days at most. They use them sparingly. They like weapons. The Tula and 2 Rottenburg plants can't physically fulfill the orders for weapons. Rifles and ammo are the most they can do. The next Russian weapons can be produced in 3 to 4 months. Even if that, they have no raw materials because, you know, they're not getting them from Slovenia, Finland, and Germany. If Ukraine managed to hold Russians off for 10 days, then the Russians will have to enter negotiations because they have no money, weapons, or resources. Nevertheless, I don't think that it's I don't think it's 20 billion a day. I think that is like a overestimation, and that Putin, as far as we know, has 600 billion in reserves regardless. So even then, it's not like, I don't think that's real. I think this is like way too fucking positive and in a damaging way, to be honest. Like in a damaging way to give a false sense of security to Ukrainians that is you know. I don't buy this. The Russians can move down Ukraine in a day if they wanted the bad PR. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, and that's what I'm actually worried about too. What I'm worried about is that they just decide, fuck it. They just say fuck it and start, going buck wild, going crazy mode, and indiscriminately bombing. Start doing like really, really horrific shit. Anyway, I don't believe this report. I saw it earlier. It seemed really sussy. Zelensky says Ukraine has gotten Europe to agree to cut Russia off SWIFT. We're going to cover that in a second. What else was I going to say? Oh yeah, here's the Chechen. Here is Kadyrov speaking to the Chechen security forces in his Prada monolith boots, which are drippy as fuck. Okay. I call these the war crime sevens, okay? But goddamn, is this shit drippy. Why do they have a little baby bag? Kadyrov needs that fucking extra, the extra inches, but... Oh, by the way, this guy's dead now. The financial director of Gazprom dead by suicide in St. Petersburg. Gazprom's treasury top manager found dead in monopoly nest in Leninsky. The circumstance of the death of the deputy general director of the Unified Settlement Center of Gazprom for Corporate Security, whose body was found in the prestigious village of Leninskoye in the Vyborg district of Leningrad region, are being established. A note was found nearby. Law enforcement officers told 47 News. Jesus fucking Christ. That's interesting. Gazprom is the Nord Stream, the pipeline managing company. I don't know if this is like, I don't know if anyone actually fucking commits suicide in Russia, like for real. So I don't know. What's your take on the weapons they brought in that would collapse people's lungs? What? I don't fucking know what that is, dude. There's a lot of like weird shit that people will be mentioning. Like the fucking morgue battalions or whatever. Like the mobile crematorium is like, it's so fucking weird. Like it just like doesn't make any sense. And I don't know. I don't know what that is. I don't know. Thermobaric weapons is what he's talking about. Okay, I don't know what that is. I'll look into it if you want. I'm sorry. I'm gonna admit where this is the extent of my my knowledge. He's talking about vacuum bombs. CNN reported on it. Okay, we'll look at it in a second. Mobile crematorium is a real thing. They've used it before. I know, but it's like it's just like a stupid use of fucking petrol that is limited in supply. Like what? There is nothing like, people say that they're using like mobile crematoriums. Sure, they might have some, but like the purpose of it is to what? Change the number of casualties, like to hide their casualties. You can't fucking kill that many people. Like, you can't burn that many people. It's just like you're using that to like say like, oh, look how fucking crazy they are. That's the reason why people that's the reason why like the Independent is like writing about it, you know what I mean? So Pretty much all high explosive weapons like artillery and shit cause death by overpressure, which collapses lungs and shit. This idea Russia only has this specific weapon designed specifically to collapse lungs because they're evil supervillains is so fucking dumb. I'll look into it more. I am not very familiar with that. Okay. Anyway. Let's get into the SWIFT stuff. Okay. So, Zelensky says that Ukraine has gotten Europe to agree to cut Russia off of SWIFT. This is an important victory. It means billions and billions of loss for Russia. It's true. It would mean that. The cost of its backstabbing invasion. Germany reportedly is now supporting a targeted partial SWIFT cutoff. And I do believe that the SWIFT cutoff, the targeted portion probably will still carve out energy for them, I assume. Kind of fucked up that you present yourself as a decorated military general and didn't know about that. Yeah, I know. It's fucked up. SWIFT is the international communications tool that banks use to communicate with one another, financial transactions. An acronym for Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication, as the Gmail of global banking. It delivers secure messages among more than 11,000 financial institutions and companies in over 200 countries and territories. It is rumored to be located in, we don't know if this is a real country or not, Belgium. Main headquarters of it. Not a real country though, so we don't know if it's actually there or not. That's going to fuck up ordinary Russian lives, will cause protests, hopefully destabilize the regime. That's the purpose. That is the express purpose of all sanctions, is to enact collective punishment on the offending foreign adversary nation with the hopes that you can create and drum up an uprising within that nation. The unfortunate reality is that in most circumstances, the countries that you can do that sort of thing towards, like you can enact sanctions on that are genuinely fucking harmful for an extended period of time, like full-blown embargoes, full-blown sanctions that like render your entire economy useless in the global marketplace, like you're not allowed to fucking work with them at all. That only works for smaller nations, which even in that situation, even for smaller nations, it doesn't actually end up changing the outcome for them at all. You just hurt the people. You just hurt the people and you hurt the citizens. In this circumstance, there is no other way to like hurt Vladimir Putin. And Vladimir Putin is seemingly very protected, decently protected against the sanctions. So, you know, and not even seemingly protected against sanctions because of his reserves, but also because he has a lot of energy power within Europe. And that's why, like, they won't take down 50% of its Russia's revenue, which currently comes from selling energy to other countries. So it's a weird situation. It's completely and wholeheartedly unjustifiable when it's done upon incredibly cruel, completely unjustifiable when it's done against like Iraq, though, for example. And America does it regularly. We literally re-upped the sanctions on Yemen when there's currently an ongoing genocide in Yemen perpetrated by our ally Saudi Arabia using our weapons. We did that like this past week, and it's completely unjustifiable. Completely unjustifiable against Cuba. Completely unjustifiable against Venezuela and many other countries that we sanction. Iran is another one, and and it doesn't work. Stop saying whataboutism. I'm giving you an example of what sanctions do. You don't understand the words that you use. Shut the fuck up. I am here to help you understand what sanctions do and what the consequences of sanctions are. Sanctions, in a lot of instances, are considered an act of war for understandable reasons. Afghanistan sanctions are, again, completely unjustifiable. This is not whataboutism. It's America applying sanctions and never applying that to our actual allies, which in a situation like that would literally work. Like if we did sanctions on Saudi Arabia, or if we did sanctions on Israel, or fuck the sanctions, if we at least withdrew our support, that would be enough for us to be able to involve, to get them to stop doing things that they're doing. Okay. Whereas when you do it to a foreign adversary, if you do it to a small state, it literally doesn't work. It doesn't create a fucking uprising that ends up toppling a regime or anything. It just ends up killing them. And if you do it to a country like Russia, it's just killing the people or hurting the people, like Vaticus, who is a Russian streamer. He no longer has access to Twitch revenue right now for the duration of the sanctions. He was in the chat earlier. He was talking about this earlier. Like you just end up hurting. You just end up hurting random fucking citizens. You don't actually end up, targeting Vladimir Putin other than like making it annoying for him. America's weapons killing children in Yemen, but is whataboutism to bring that up? Fuck off. Yeah, I mean, there's literally, I think it was earlier today that they said that 13 million civilians in Yemen are facing famine. Bloomberg, the U.S. is now considering sanctions on Russia's central bank. The move would target much of the 643 billion reserves that Putin has amassed. A final decision on the matter has not been made yet. Sources familiar to the matter told Bloomberg. The problem with a lot of these is that, so it's a catch-22. It's kind of a lose-lose situation with respect to sanctioning their central bank or taking them off SWIFT. Because when you do something like that, Russia could then be like, all right, fuck it, YOLO. Now I'm going to actually cut off your energy supply. They have been committed to their trade partners. This is the Russian line. And historically they have been to never renege on their energy commitments, because that's 50% of their revenue. But it goes both ways. They could personally cut off the energy supply to Europe and end up doing a reverse Uno of sanctions to Germany and shit. But then that instability can give them a short-term benefit, okay? But in the long run, you are genuinely creating irreparable damage in ever trading with countries like Germany ever again. So it would be a weird way to suicide bomb your economy in an effort to strike at the heart of Western forces, if that's what your goal is. Historically, they've also been using their gas as a soft power to regulate the behavior of Eastern European neighbors. Oh, for sure. I mean, a lot of Eastern European countries literally fucking they have. They are completely reliant on Russia for their energy. I mean, Germany is 50%, more than 50%, but there are countries where it's 90% of their energy comes from Russia. Hey, stop giving them ideas. Yeah, dude, Vladimir Putin didn't know the kind of fucking influence he commands. With his relationship to Germany and all these other countries. He's actually watching me right now, and he's like, oh, suka, blyat, this is good idea. What the fuck? I will be doing this. $90 to 100% would be Hungary, for example. Yeah. Germany's not using gas for energy. They get natural gas, they get coal, they get oil from Russia. You need to stop platforming Putin. Oh, here, this is the Russian. So here's the thing. Less shooting in the last hour in Kyiv, but reports of Putin's heavy bombers heading to Kyiv from Crimea. Sirens wailing, all go to shelters. This is new information coming out right now, right at this very moment. At the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. But before I move on into updated news about what's going on, We talked briefly about Swift, and I want to now look at Western media and their coverage over the circumstances that are ongoing in Ukraine, because it's the whataboutism hour. And what about the top of the hour ad break, you might ask? Well, you can avoid that top of the hour ad break by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. If you have an Amazon Prime account, you can connect to your Twitch account. Kind of cringe, man. Yeah, welcome to the fucking broadcast. This is how we do things here, okay? Suck me. Anyway, or you can get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's a 1 minute ad break now. Careful, bro. You keep talking bad about Putin. You might lose your #1 Oiler gifter. Yeah, Putin is my #1 Oiler gifter. Watching with a fucking notepad, taking tactical notes from me. A fan of Dugan. Noted fan of Dugan. A Duganist. Son Piker. A Duganist and a Putinist. What was the fucking thread? I'm a monarcho-Putinist communist. Good stuff. HasanAbi bot, can you check out my HasanAbi wants to send chat to Ukraine Frontlines video on my Industrial Complex YouTube channel, HasanAbi Fix? Tell me what you think. You're popping off in this one. Smile. What? Are you one of those like cringe fucking dudes who like clips shit out of context to literally be like, dude, you fucking are the reason... Oh my God, dude, stop. Don't show this. Don't show this fucking very real and very true footage, dude. I'm trying to get this deleted. I'm trying to get this deleted off the internet. Please, stop. Fuck, I don't know how to. Okay, so let's do a little bit of whataboutism, okay? Whataboutism is what fucking weird, cowardly Americans love fucking talking about whenever they... have no arguments, or they just say whataboutism, okay? So here is the way that our wonderful CBS News correspondent is talking about Kyiv and talking about Ukraine, and you will understand why I wanted to show this for a second. Here.
Now with the Russians marching in, it's changed the calculus entirely. Tens of thousands of people have tried to flee the city. There will be many more. People are hiding out in bomb shelters. But this isn't a place, with all due respect, you know, like Iraq or Afghanistan, that has seen conflict raging for decades. You know, this is a relatively civilized, relatively European, I have to...
Yeah, relatively civilized, relatively European country. This is not like those fucking, you know, brown countries that we go to whenever we bomb. This is a relatively civilized. By the way, I love the relatively civilized because, like, it's still not, it's an Eastern Bloc country. You know what I mean? It's Eastern Europe. So it's like still, it's not like Norway, okay? It's like, it's not Germany. It's not Western Germany. It's not Western Europe. It's Eastern Europe. So it's like kind of civilized. You know, chill. Okay, they're still Slavs. Okay, that's what he's saying. He's literally just like, still a bit of a shithole where the fucking Slavs live. You know, not civilized like us Anglos or Anglo-Saxons. Okay, our Angloid civilization, dignified. Okay. Yeah, he said off-white.
Choose those words carefully too. City where you...
Yeah, he's choosing his words carefully. I want to know what the fuck he would say if he wasn't choosing his words carefully. Motherfucker said, it's not like those primitive barbarians that we bomb.
You know, this is a relatively civilized, relatively European, I have to choose those words carefully too, city where you wouldn't expect that or hope that it's going to happen. So
yeah, you would hope that it would happen in other cities. You know, Baghdad, fucking Afghanistan. You would hope that it happens in Kabul. Like, and this is the same fucking concept that you see all the time whenever motherfuckers are like, Look at Afghanistan in the 60s. Look at Iraq in the 60s. Look at Egypt in the 60s. It's like, I wonder why they were relatively civilized back then in comparison to what the fuck they are now. Look at Tehran. I wonder what fucking happened that they are no longer civilized from your point of view, from your perspective. So fucking interesting. What could have fucking happened in those countries? And even then, they're fucking civilized, for the record. Even then, those people persevere, okay, against all odds, even though their lives are fucking turned into shit. Disgusting. Disgusting Angloid idiot fuck, okay?
So
anyway.
It's partly human nature, but they are not in denial. Now,
when your people were wiping when your people were fucking dying because you could not comprehend, I don't know, washing your ass, and the plague was ripping through your fucking ancestors, the uncivilized nations that you are talking about were literally keeping information alive, okay? You dumb bitch. Losing to fucking rats while the Islamic world was having its fucking golden age. I despise these bigoted Angloid idiots not recognizing that history is a collective action amongst all cultures sharing information. Uncivilized. Sorry. This shit really fucking, this triggers me to no end, dude. Sorry, let's continue. Yeah, bro, the Islamic world was not totally affected by the bubonic plague. Shut up. Tonight, Russia will throw everything it has at Ukraine. Disinformation is already widely spread in Telegram from trustworthy sources. A lot of my friends from Ukraine are already in bunkers and are waiting for impact. You should turn your cameras from... What? Anyway, we'll see. We'll see what's going on. But once again, I think that this like history that only fucking extends back like 100 years is a really silly approach to how the world works, and it's deeply frustrating whenever I fucking hear shit like this from dummies in Western media when they're like, like it's so disgusting. And if you're Slav watching this, you should be pissed off too, because he's like relatively European. You know what I mean? Kind of European. Like he won't even give like this is some fucking Ubermensch shit. You know what I mean? He's literally not even like allowing. He's not even allowing the fucking Slavs like the dignity of being European. You know what I mean? You're relatively, okay? Not a real European country. And you don't see it. You don't see it happening in these cities. It's not supposed to happen in these fucking cities. Anyway, I'm Weston. Please don't hate me. Dog, I live here, okay? Obviously, I don't hate fucking the Anglo-Saxons, okay? I just despise this level of thinking. If you have this kind of attitude, I'm gonna fucking scream at you and call you an Angloid idiot. It's just, obviously I fucking love being in America, okay? It's cool. I enjoy it. I think America has great potential. It's just deeply frustrating when, you know, a lot of people's approach and attitude is to this kind of thing is just limited to like the last 100 years. The Orientalism that centers this conversation is deeply fucking frustrating. It's like hidden too. You never even think about it. You just repeat it. You hear it. Anyway, Americans staying in 19th century racism like Western Europeans still don't think of Slavs like dirty, poor off-whites. Yeah. So yeah. So camera showing them closing streets, maybe actually bracing for impact. We'll get to it. So I just wanted to just show this part of it, show this part of the coverage. I also saw like there was another report that came out. Hold on, I got to show you this too, where like it wasn't the Polish one, but I think what was it? The Bulgarian Prime Minister. Here, I want to show this to you as well. The Bulgarian Prime Minister was asked today about the possibility of accepting refugees from Ukraine. His reply is telling. He said, "These are not the refugees we are used to. These are people who are Europeans. So we and all other EU countries are ready to welcome them. These are intelligent people, educated people. Some of them are IT specialists, highly qualified. In other words, this is not the refugee wave we have been used to, where we do not know what to do. People with obscure past, maybe terrorists. These are Europeans who just got their airport bomb, who were shot at, who were hiding in the metro. So none of the European countries is afraid of the immigrant wave that is about to come," is what he said. Why can't you just be good without also being a fucking gigantic shitlord, racist piece of shit? Yeah, these are the good refugees, bro. These are the white refugees. They're the European refugees. I mean, he's just fucking letting it out. Like, he's just fucking spitting right now. Yeah. Yeah, dude, totally. The fucking Syrian doctor that has to fucking drive cabs in Europe now, actually, who knows what his background is? You know what I mean? Like, what do you think? That guy didn't fucking go to school, you dumb bitch? Least racist Balkan. Yeah, it's just, if you want to be fair, they're culturally more similar and easier to integrate into society. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. Anyway, it's just very fucking frustrating when I see stuff like this. It's funny whenever whenever people are like, "Yo, there's no racism in fucking Europe, bro. What are you talking about?" Bullshit. Nice argument. I'm sorry. What should I fucking respond to? Well, these are more similar cultures to one another, Bulgarians and fucking Ukrainians. What should I say other than like, "Oh no, we should do skull measurements"? Actually, is that what you want? Yeah, the phrenology. The counter to that is what? Like race realism, a little bit of phrenology, a little bit of skull measurement. I hope you have your calipers ready at the border to make sure that like people don't have different kinds of skulls that make them more susceptible to subservience, right? Fucking idiot. That's why I just say bullshit instead of saying, "That's a Nazi argument." What you're making is some fucking bullshit Nazi argument. The conversation was cultural, not ethnic. Yeah, it's the culture of the Syrian makes them not educated and not intelligent and not qualified. Listen, dude. The problem is you're doing what Americans do all the fucking time, okay? We're used to it in this community. When people say things like, "Oh, dude, it's just the culture, it's not race," you're doing the exact same thing that Ben Shapiro does regularly. He's like, "Rap music and black people culture is bad, and that's why they have been held back, and not because of systemic racism." Okay? Yeah, it's just a culture. It's just a culture. It's not anything else. Yeah, their culture of not being intelligent and their culture of being terrorists, right? That's what's up. Their culture of having obscure past. Their culture of being terrorists, right? That's just a culture argument, right? Also, the cultural homogeny is a fucking hilarious take to make here when the entire possible refugee crisis is happening because of two damn near identical fucking cultures and damn near identical people that are related to one another in more ways than just one, where literal family members across border lines are in both sides of the fucking conflict. So what the fuck does culture have to do with this situation, you dumb bitch? Not all Bulgarians are racist. We do not judge all Americans as racist by looking at Ben Shapiro, Pim Tula, and the Donald. Yeah, no shit. That's why I'm shitting on the Bulgarian prime minister. But there's hella people who are jumping the fucking... there are hella people who are jumping on to be like, no, actually, he's right. No, the prime minister is right. What the fuck do you mean? These are similar cultures. Yeah. We're literally watching dudes who are related to one another, like historically, and currently have family members on both sides of a fucking border kill each other, and you're like, oh, well, the cultural differences are really significant in assimilation. To be fair, people still have a hard time accepting Mexican culture here in America. Dog, yeah, racist people. Without Mexican culture, we have nothing. Like, American culture is a compilation of all of the other cultures of the immigrants that this country is comprised of. Okay, it's a culture of originally dominance and genocide, bloodshed, slavery, and the justification of slavery and the continuation of the same white supremacist systems. But the positive side of American culture, perhaps the best part of American culture, is its collection of all of these other cultures. Okay? Anyway, yeah, we got rib corn. Okay. So, just wanted to point that at the double standard for a second. Really crazy shit. It seems like there is currently heavy shelling that is slated to happen in Kyiv. The bombing goes, the bombing is in and out usually. What the fuck is this? Why are there some of these two cars? Is this real footage, chatters? And potentially a heavy air raid is about to begin. Police pulled someone over. This is live from Russia today. I don't know if they're showing real footage then, dude. Yeah, there's air raid within minutes. Breaking. Extremely heavy Russian air raid expected in Kyiv within minutes. Okay. Cops pulled over a speeder in Lviv. The ones that you have to look out for is Kyiv. Police doing traffic stops? No way. I mean, dude, that's not surprising. Life continues. You know what I mean? The only problem with the melting pot theory is that it isn't real. America has an assimilator, get the fuck out approach to culture. But what's American culture then? Like, what is American culture? What's American cuisine? Like, it's nothing. It's nothing without all of the collection of other cultures. What you think, like, American culture is basically just still WASP culture? No. Police are stopping cars to weed out Russian saboteurs. Yeah, that makes sense. Salad bowl analogy over melting pot. I think that's the point the chatter's making. They have a curfew. They have curfew. He might be telling people to go fuck home, fuck off to home. It was really weird to look at maps of fighting and see Instagram of warlord blocked as a tactical victory for Ukraine. Yeah, I mean, that's just people on the internet who are helpless and don't know what to, they don't know what else to do. So Dublin greeted the Russian ambassador. Oh, we saw, this is earlier. This is like yesterday, I think, or the day before. Yeah. What is this? Governor Mykolaiv Oblast Vitaly Kim says Russian tanks attacked governor of Mykolaiv. Tanks attacked Mykolaiv and were moving through the city. Heavy fighting was reported in Mykolaiv earlier that day. Kim later posted a video denying the reports he had been captured. Okay. Hold on. Let me see what's going on. Oh, what the fuck? You shaved your mustache. Why did you do that? Murad is here and he shaved his mustache. And I don't know why he did that, to be honest. It was too much swag and people couldn't handle it. Okay, let's see what Al Jazeera is covering currently.
Now is another busy period. Let me give you a sense of what's happening around us. Here in this hall, we have people that have arrived that are being registered. Now, they're not being registered as refugees. These are people who are being registered for transport out of this area into other parts of Europe. The government is helping to get people to friends and to family, helping to relocate them, finding them temporary housing. But the government, the officials aren't the only ones here that are doing that kind of work. We've seen volunteers with signs made out of cardboard offering people a free place to stay, free rides into Poland and further across Europe, including Berlin and Prague and Denmark. So really, here it gives you a sense that what's happening.
Imagine your little brother talking about your mustache to 80K people. Hasan deserves an ass whooping. First of all, he's my little brother. Okay, and secondly, I don't think he's going to be able to whoop my ass. I think it would be vice versa, but they can't hear you. You're muted, luckily. No, don't unmute yourself. He's saying, so what's up? Are you saying that you're Russia and I'm Ukraine and you're holding your power over me? Yeah. Yes, that is what I'm doing. Okay. Hold on. I want to live feed, not of like the live feed in Kyiv, but live feed describing the events that are taking place currently. So I'm going to go to CNN with the hopes that they have some live footage or people on the ground reporting. Is ABC News or CBS actually doing coverage at the moment? I don't know. Because they're just talking about like Zelensky
Men from the
shit.
ages of 18 to 60 have been conscripted to fight. So, as we said, many families fleeing are leaving fathers and brothers behind. Jonah Hall is at Ukraine's border with Poland at the Krachova-Kravokets border crossing.
Since Thursday, we're told 115,000 people have crossed from Ukraine into Poland at one of 3 border crossing points. This one, we're told, is the easiest one to get across. The wait here is in the many, many hours. It's extremely cold. Most of the hundreds and hundreds, thousands perhaps, of people here are women and children. Men, of course, Ukrainian citizens between the age of 18 and 60, required to stay at home and fight. And given the evidence of resistance, well, not many of them appear to be arguing with that call.
We are from Lviv, and of course we are running from sirens and from the danger. So we are scared. We are alone with our daughter. We don't have a defender, so that's why we are looking for some kind of shelter. And our friend is from Sumy.
Have bombs started dropping
today? Has there not?
Yes, and the city.
Wait, you said bombs dropping just now, bottom right. Oh, that does look like, yeah. The air raid might be starting. The Chechen SF commander is not dead and laughing about Twitter saying he was killed already? What the fuck? Really? Ramazan Kadyrov, head of Chechen Republic, released footage returning claims that Chechen commander Magomed Tushayev was killed by talking to him on the phone.
Rätt informatie, dat is dan pas wat heel zo zijn dat dan.
They're just on the phone, I guess. They're just chilling. He said, I called you because they've been lying that you're dead. Heavy explosion near Kyiv. Here's a decent update of the thing that's happening on the ground. The reported numbers of defeated Russian troops are absolutely false. Are you saying that Ukraine has already killed 3,500 Russians in less than 3 days? The United States has lost a total of about 4,500 troops in Afghanistan over 20 years. And you're telling me that Ukraine has already destroyed 3,500? It seems a bit sussy if you ask me. I think it's just cheap propaganda from Ukraine. I don't believe that 3,500... I do not believe that 3,500 Russians have died. Son dakika Kiev'in bağımsızlık meydanında çatışma başladı. They're saying, wait, in the Maidan, in the Euromaidan, there's active fighting going on. Uh-oh. One of those cameras went down. They're saying that there's like actual Oh, is that because Anonymous hacked them? That was Russia Today, right? I'm trying to find currently find the fucking thing. Possible major in the Russian army captured in Ukrainians in an ambush convoy. There any? Russia's POVs, basically kids talking about how they thought they were on a training mission, and on the 23rd they went to cross the border. Can translate fully if you want. Not sure if you're allowed to show prisoner awards on stream or not. Wait, why wouldn't I be able to? Distribute this video and other videos so that as many Russians as possible understand what awaits them on their land. Let's defend Ukraine together. Psychotic to cheer for Russian deaths. They have mandatory conscription of a year. Some of these are teenagers that have been saying this. No, I know. I've said this already. I've been saying this. A lot of the fucking Russian troops that they literally pull up are like this. Fucking kids. Like little kids, dude. They don't know what the fuck's going on. They're just like being told they're hungry. They're being told to go somewhere and they're fucking going there. They don't have any, they don't have any take on this. I'm sure that if they were like, if given the opportunity, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't want to do that. Translation, multi-thread, Russian captive, tell his name, mom and dad. I didn't want to go to Ukraine. They said we were going to army trainings in the 25th Brigade, And in the end of the night of the 23rd of February, they said, we have to go to Ukraine, cross the border. I didn't want this. Where are you now? In Kharkiv, city of Kharkiv. In captivity? Yes, sir, in captivity. I didn't want that. I didn't want to go there. So what? Have you found any fascists here? No, sir. Fascists are here? No, sir, none. All are peaceful people and all civilians are nice to me. Okay, who are you? Says his name, your relatives. Well, mom, we went on army trainings, came to Kharkiv in Ukraine. Turns out it was peaceful here before we came, meaning the arrival of Russian troops. So what do you want to ask from your relatives? So what? Do you want to go home or not? Yes, sir, I do want to go home so badly. What needs to be done for this? Let them ask the commander-in-chief Putin to get me out of here. What about you? I also want to go home. I also just want to be taken from here too. So yeah, when you fucking get super excited and super like bricked up about like Russian troops and shit dying, you're kind of fucking celebrating this kid and others like him fucking dying. Now that doesn't mean that there aren't like actual fucking monsters in the Russian side and actual fucking monsters on every side of war, but most of the people that are being you did that, lol. No, I keep talking about like how Russian casualties are in a lot of instances just fucking inexperienced children that are hungry too. I'm anti-war from the jump. Don't give me a fucking both sides take on this, okay? Yes, both sides have fucking workers that are being forced to fight battles for their fucking oligarchs. Shut the fuck up. Yes, this is not a new take. This is a shared take from every single person that is an anti-war person. Yeah, and it's never the fucking monsters that get murked anyway. The monsters rarely ever get murked because they're experienced in war. My take is you shouldn't share videos of POWs. Wait, why? We already showed the Russian invading force and the Ukrainian that stopped by them. Did you bite off a baby's toe to stop the... I'm done reading chat. I think we're good on that.
In the face of this just outrageous violence that Putin initiated, right? So
Showcasing POVs like the POWs is technically a war crime. What? No, it's talking about. My silence is deafening. I'm not answering that question.
Supporter of cutting Russian entities off from SWIFT. And 48 hours ago, I thought it wasn't going to happen, but I had an opportunity to talk to the Deputy Treasury Secretary, sent a letter to the Treasury Secretary, and now it looks like that's very much on the table. This is going to have the effect, Jim, of really cutting off the Russian economy in a way that I think 72 hours.
Motherfuckers would be like, dude, don't show prisoners of war. Dog, the prisoners of war, the prisoners of war showcase the fucking horrifying nature of war and the real human consequences of war. I'm not showing the prisoners of war to be like, yeah, actually, like, look at these fucking cowardly Russians. Like, they can't even fucking fight or anything like that, dumbass. Really gonna let this war continue to happen? Shut up. That's not...
weapons that can just cause all hell to break loose if those types of weapons are launched, these heavy flamethrower weapons as they're called. If Russia starts to attack the Ukrainian population in a way that is so severe that it just shakes the conscience of the world,
you're doing a war crime.
Shouldn't the U.S. be doing
bad.
more than just dumping in arms and doing sanctions and that sort of thing?
Yeah, it's a really important question, Jim, because it would appear as though the Russians have not been able to move nearly as rapidly as they expected to do so. You know, again, you never know in the fog of war, but if anything like what the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense is claiming to have occurred has in fact occurred, the Russians have really gotten bogged down in certain parts of Ukraine. So you can expect that the Russians are therefore going to really up the savagery of their campaign. They may use unguided bombs, unguided missiles and rockets, and we'll see an awful lot more civilian damage and death. And so, yes, look, I think the momentum is in the right directions. The Germans announced today that they would allow weaponry to flow to the Ukrainians. The President of the United States, Biden, announced that he would...
By the way, 3 days to overtake Kyiv is not fucking a long time. Like, that's insanely short. The only time where a foreign nation can take over another foreign nation is if the other foreign nation immediately is like, go ahead, take over, please. That's an incredibly short period of time. People, I think, just don't understand it. I mean, even like, how many days did it take for Baghdad? Paratroopers just spotted over Ukraine as Russia is expected to make its largest defense on Kyiv yet. What? I'm from Ukraine. Russians use missiles, aircraft, bombs, explosives. They destroy homes, hospitals, orphanages, hospitals for the mentally ill. They fire at the ambulance. They kill civilians. They kill children. They drop explosives disguised as children's toys in the city. Russia is terrorist. They kill us. We defend ourselves. Russian forces also took a break and stopped during negotiations, apparently. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if the break that they took was because they wanted to limit the shelling and hit it hard at nighttime, or if they wanted to stop the shelling because they were serious about a ceasefire negotiation occurring. It could be either or. Map territory compared Iraq to this one. Someone made a nice comparison of Russia's gains in Ukraine versus the coalition gains in Iraq over the same period. Russians have covered more territory against a stronger adversary on harder terrain. They've also taken heavier casualties, but they are not stalled. Battle of Baghdad took 6 days. I think it was longer than 6 days, but I guess like the most part of it, I mean, paratroopers are dropping outside of Kyiv. You're a supporter of war crimes? Yeah. 30% of that map is fake. Okay, well, I'm done with this. I don't want to fucking look at like out of context shit.
That summer, Putin backed his military ideas with a long essay. He claimed Ukrainians and Russians were one people and said Ukraine could only be solved.
Okay, fuck that.
I haven't seen a news.
Up now, now 120,000 Ukrainians have left the country. You can hear an MLRS rocket firing at the end of the clip happening right now in Kharkiv. The Baccarat Hotel on the feed is being evacuated. Wait, can you send me a link on the cams? Can you send me the cam link, please? In 30 to 60 minutes. Oh, Jesus Christ. No, these aren't fireworks, man. That video was going around Twitter like 3 hours ago. No, I didn't say Eyvallah to this. I said to my brother Eyvallah because he showered, dummy. Okay, I do have to acknowledge every time you shower. It's a wonderful thing. Fucking Turkish idiots in the chat thinking I'm saying like this is good. Yes, but it doesn't matter in this situation. That's why they've been able to repel the Russian forces. Yes, because of their army. What is the question? Conscripts. They're in Kyiv. Like the Russians are in Kyiv, but most of the people are like, you have Spetsnaz, you have paratroopers, and then you have the conscripts. Like all the little baby dudes that you see that are like 18, whatever. EU is set to close its airspace to Russian planes. Paratroopers are dropping as we speak. Oh my God, is that real? Is that a real photo? Holy shit. RU paratroopers are being deployed right now in the sky over my Kyiv. We'll never, ever, ever forgive these days and hours to Putin and Russia. Holy shit, you can... No, they would, yeah. Why? They control the skies. I mean, they have like very limited anti-air defenses in comparison to what they could have had, because the first night, they literally fucking... This is what we just heard, a Grad MLRS in multiple videos. Russian Grad multiple rocket launch system video circulating. Here. That's what they were launching. Stay informed. This media is... wait, what? Why is it presented out of context? For reference, these things have been 40 to 52 launched rockets in quick succession, meant to devastate a large area. The original variant here. No, I'm not saying that this is what they fired just now, by the way. I'm saying that this is this is what it looks like in daylight when you're watching it for like a military training. This is an old video. This is not a new video. This is an old video probably from fucking training exercises or whatever. But that's what it looks like. Why is war not illegal? Like, just put Putin in prison? I agree. This has nothing to do with what's going on currently. For the record, I'm just letting you know that that's what it looks like. I'm just informing you that that's what it looks like in daylight in a military training exercise to get a better understanding of what it looks like. What is that fucking background noise on this? Ukrayna İçişleri Bakanlığı 3500 ya onu gördük biliyoruz. 3500.
Incredible bravery. Many of those Ukrainian refugees have fled to Poland, as you saw just there. At least 100,000 since Russia's invasion began just days ago. CNN's Arwa Damon is on the scene for us in Poland, near that country's border with Ukraine. Arwa, tell us what you're seeing, and it looks like you've got a bus full of people behind you loading up.
Actually unloading right now.
Okay.
Okay, this is what's going on in
From the border crossing, meaning they have to walk across, or they're being from.
Okay. I don't think anyone is actually doing coverage on the ground right now. It doesn't seem like it. I'm gonna try and match with Putin on Tinder and lure him into the United States, and then you arrest him. Okay, I'll be like, Mr. Vladimir Putin, sir, you're under citizen's arrest according to the maritime laws. Sir, you are so arrested. It's not even funny. Sir, you are going to super jail. Abruptly. Oh, it's the alarm. They're saying do not use elevators, use only the stairs. Ukraine gets annexed by Russia. Won't the sanctions just end up hurting the former Ukrainian people now living in Russia? Genuine thought. I mean, that's usually how it works. But I don't think we're we don't know what's gonna happen yet. That photo of Russian paratroopers was fake. God damn it, dude. No, they have tried. They have tried the drop and failed before. They've tried and failed because of the anti-aircraft systems, but okay, I'm muting this because of the weird, like, endless noise in the background. What is driving Putin? We got people talking about the refugees. Shit, should I watch this while we wait for 10 innocent civilians of Greek origin killed today by Russian airstrikes close to Mariupol. Stop the bombing now. Very good information for people on the ground. The Ukraine Interior Minister asks people to turn off geolocation on their cell phones. They say Russia is beginning to track gatherings of people. What is the Biden squadron, dude? They've probably been doing that. I don't think that's new. The Ukraine military defense says there are now 37,000 reservists. The commander-in-chief of the armed forces of Ukraine said that the number of reservists of the military defense forces in Ukraine has now reached 37,000. Oh, Jesus. BBC correspondent in Kyiv is currently in a bomb shelter. Unlikely there will be any ground reporting. Authorities are out on the street hunting curfew breakers and saboteurs. Don't mean to be a clip champ, but you saw a missile hit a vehicle on your stream? Wait, no shot. The Chechen SF commander is not dead and laughing about Twitter saying he was... That's not a missile, dude. That's like a fucking particle, dude. Homie. That? You think... Wait, what the fuck? That did look like a missile. Wait, what? What the fuck? Wait, hold up. No, oh, it's not. It's just fucking specks, dude. It's like specks flying across. It does look like a missile though, but no, it's just specks. It's just like little grains of dust or whatever. That was fucking creepy though. What fucking missile would move like that? Dumbass shatter. Okay, well, tensions are high. Okay, people are mistaking stuff. Reporter from TGRT Haber Canlı. What the fuck is TGRT ne lan? Was live from the ground like 10 minutes ago in Kyiv and said he didn't hear anything. Turks, are there we already talked about the disconnection is Swift happening. Canlı haber yaptı. Adam dışarıda cidden. TGRT haber muhabiri. Ne kanalı bilmiyorum ki. Sen biliyor musun TGRT'nin ne olduğunu? TGRT? Oo, değiştirmişler ama logosunu. TGRT Haber Nationwide TV channel in Turkey. Canlı yayın. Someone link me the TGRT one. Dude, you were absolutely right. The Chechen Spetsnaz are absolutely fucking people and fucking recording it. These dudes are maniacs, straight freaks. Sounds like they're enjoying this. Wait, what do you mean? Did you see? Is there footage of the Chechen forces? The Chechen forces like already fighting? Well, it's probably old, for the record. If you think that the Chechen forces, oh here. Paratroopers over Kyiv are, in fact, traces of the work of Ukrainian air defense, says one Ukrainian media outlet. I'm resharing with this caveat. Multiple Ukrainian media outlets are sharing this picture, allegedly showing Russian troops are landing near Kyiv. It needs verification. Some Ukrainian media outlets are saying that they're actually Ukrainian. Yeah, they're Ukrainian air defense. In fact, traces of the work of Ukrainian air defense. Yeah. No, that doesn't look like tracers, brother. I think that's traces of like blown up particles or something falling, and it just looks weird on the camera because it's a static image. I don't know. But look, if you're seeing Chechen videos, you're probably what the fuck? Okay, that was sussy. If you're seeing videos of Chechen soldiers doing shit, I don't think they're in Kyiv yet. I think they're near Kyiv. But Chechen servicemen from Rosgvardia Spetsnaz unit in Hostomel raising the Russian flag over Ukrainian National Guard base. Most of the Chechen brutality videos that you see are probably going to be fake or old. Not fake, but old videos. There are reports coming in right now. There that there will be heavy bombing occurring in Kyiv, and I'm trying to see if there's any footage from any outlets that is doing on the ground reporting, or at least from like a bomb shelter or some shit.
Of the Situation Room with my friend Wolf Blitzer. Have a good night, everybody.
How would you describe?
Christ, dude, they run the most ads, dude. People think I run a lot of ads, but these motherfuckers run the most amount of ads. Yeah, linear TV is just like crazy with the amount of ads they run. I run at least 1 minute of ad breaks at the top of the hour every hour, and I tell you how you can avoid it, which is why I'm going to run it right now. At the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, you can subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub. Here's the 1-minute ad break now. Throw snowballs at me all you want. It's a contractual obligation that I need to fulfill by Amazon in order to be a partnered streamer. Kyiv citizens must get into the nearest shelter right now. Here's the 1-minute ad break now, by the way. But if you see people memeing, if you're new here, if you're unfamiliar with like a lot of the in-community memes, the reason why people are throwing snowballs is because I've turned ad break into a thing that I say ahead of time. But is this the right decision? I can't imagine playing a match with the Russian national team in a situation where armed Russian footballers and fans are not responsible for this, but we can't pretend nothing is happening. Says 21. Ukrainian security service Kadyr's convoy crushed near Gostomel. This is reported by Channel 24, citing its own sources in the Ukrainian security service a few minutes ago. Okay. Oh shit, the Kyiv the Kyiv cameras are getting fucked up, I think. There's no sound on because I'm waiting for I'm trying to find relevant footage of what's going on currently. Young Russian soldiers crying while Ukrainians tell him he's not welcome. What is this? I think I saw this too, right? This might be an old video, man. I don't know if this is new or not. It just like there's a lot of stuff like this. That's not verified. That's not even like remotely fucking verified source wise. Is that real? The video volume is low and is drowning out your voice. There is no video volume right now. It's just me talking. Disconnection of Russia from SWIFT is not a sanction against Russia. It's a sanction against normal Russian civilians, and it's a crime. First of all, that's how sanctions work. Every sanction is like that. It's not. Every sanction is like that. Every sanction is an act of collective punishment against the civilians of a country, specifically with the express intent and purpose of creating a situation of such dire poverty that the people will rise up and fight against its own country to like potentially spark a revolution. Except it doesn't end up ever occurring that way. Russian shot a journalist. What, dude? Don't send me TOS links either. By the way, what is this? In Kherson, Russian shot a journalist. In Kharkov, they hit a high-rise building. I covered it. 10 Greek civilians have been killed. Yes. And yes, the sanctions on SWIFT is expected by Sunday. According to Bloomberg, Western nations are set to enact drastic new sanctions that would cripple Russia's economy and its financial system after initial penalties failed to deter Putin. A common decision and coordinated announcement on SWIFT is likely going to happen tomorrow. Danish journalists were shot. What is this? An Irish journalist? Okay.
Shortly before we came on.
A devastatingly effective, fair, and fact-based interview by an Irish journalist was Russia's ambassador to Ireland. Why should our government entertain your presence here when you're acting as an apologist for slaughter?
I spoke to the Russian ambassador, Yuri Filatov. I first asked him when his country would stop its aggression against Ukraine.
Well, I understand that is an emotional question, and it's a highly emotional issue for many people here in Ireland. For us, it is emotional as well. What we are talking here is really a humanitarian tragedy in Donbass.
It is a humanitarian tragedy in Ukraine, Ambassador. Amnesty International has documented indiscriminate attacks on civilian areas and strikes on protected objects such as hospitals by your country's army.
Well, if you want to make a statement, you are free to do that. But if you...
I'm quoting Amnesty International, sir.
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, will you let me explain some basic facts?
Please, try your best.
Okay. So what we are talking about is the sad truth that the war has been going on in Donbass for almost 8 years, waged by the Kyiv regime against the people of Donbass and Lugansk, Donetsk and Lugansk republics.
I'm sorry, Ambassador, but that war was started by Russia. It was fomented by Russia. It was continued by Russia. Russia has been arming the separatists in those areas you mentioned.
We did not. That has been started by the government which came to power in 2014 in February. The only reason was that the people in the republics in the region at that time, they simply rejected that. They have not accepted the new regime, which was all about Ukrainization. They wanted to keep their language, which is Russian, to speak it, to live their own way of life. And just for that reason, they were victims of the armed operation aimed to suppress them.
Ambassador, you are giving us the Russian version of events. Why should our viewers believe the Russian version of events when Russia has been misleading us in recent weeks?
I don't think we have been misleading anyone.
Well, 10 days ago, sir, 10 days ago, you told Sarah McInerney on Primetime that claims of an imminent Russian invasion of Ukraine were ludicrous, that they were an attempt by America to inflate tension. Now, either you did not know what was going on or you were...
He did not know what was going on.
Lying, sir. Which was it?
And he can't fucking say that, but it was definitely... He did not know what was going on. It's just like straight up.
No, I did not.
You did so say that, sir.
I talked about some things as well. It's not our choice. The war, or I mean, the military option is not our choice, and we did not.
But sir,
want
your forces have.
The Russian line always is our hand was forced. The fucking war in Donbass had to be stopped somehow, and the fucking ridiculous take there is that while there is an active and ongoing, or while there was an active and ongoing war in Donbass, which has killed 13,000 people, 14,000 people according to some estimates, and the casualties are majority Russian, but evenly distributed, like very closely distributed. That does not justify full-scale invasion of Ukraine, okay? And that's, by the way, over the course of the past 8 years, okay, between Russian separatist forces that were helped by Russian mercenaries and had turned into a proxy war. But that, again, does not fucking justify what is happening currently. Okay, Clarissa Ward is on the fucking ground.
Try to use as little light as possible, because the anticipation is now that in the coming hours, or frankly minutes, we just don't know, there could be a major assault on this city. And
Bro, they will not laser Clarissa Ward live on camera. That would be
serious
fucking
aerial
insane.
bombardment. We really don't know any details yet. We're just being given instructions by Ukrainian officials. Also, the hotel alert system has been going off, instructing people to evacuate as soon as possible. And if you look out there behind me, which you can't really do very well because we've turned most of the lights off, you can barely see a light out there, Wolf. People are hunkered down tonight. They are fearing the absolute worst. It's been an almost agonizing wait these last few days, even as the fighting and the bombardment has continued. People have understood that they hadn't seen the worst of it yet. And so every night there's the fear that even worse times are to come. And tonight, as I said before, this city very much on a heightened state of alert, Wolf.
It's just after midnight in Kyiv, where you are. And Clarissa, remind our viewers, Kyiv, yes, it's the capital of Ukraine, but it's also a city of nearly 3 million people who are now facing potentially a major Russian assault, as you say, in the coming minutes, certainly within the coming hour.
That's right, Wolf. 2.9 million people living here. And it's just surreal to think that a week ago we were occasionally, when we had some time during our workday, sitting in cafes, talking to young Ukrainians, and all of them expressed this sense of disbelief. They could not actually envision that this scenario could play out, whereby Russia would invade their country. And certainly I don't think anyone imagined that they would be hunkered down in the dead of night, told not to have any lights on, told to evacuate to shelters if they possibly could, awaiting what may be a huge sort of assault on the capital. Now, we do know, Wolf, that Ukrainian forces have been putting up a pretty fierce resistance. I mean, you saw that image, that powerful, searing image of an older man kneeling down in front of that tank. And that is an attitude that is reflected across this country. People are willing to kneel down and fight and do whatever they can to try to slow down this assault. I think there is, an undisputable fact here, which is that the Ukrainians are outmanned and outgunned. They're up against one of the world's most sophisticated militaries. But notwithstanding that, it's pretty extraordinary to see how uncowed people are, how determined they are to resist in whatever way they can. Just last night on Ukrainian television, the shows were telling people how to make Molotov cocktails. The military even came out and suggested to people, don't leave your house, stay in cover, but make Molotov cocktails. And
Okay, wait, hold on. I got to cut this for a second. European Commission, France, Germany, Italy, UK, Canada, and the United States has announced that they will disconnect certain Russian banks from SWIFT and will take restrictive measures to prevent the Russian central bank from deploying its international reserves to undermine the sanctions. That's it. So that, and remember that this is what Russia or Vladimir Putin had considered this an act of war. But of course, GG's, because, you know what else is an act of war? Literally bombing Kyiv. So
it's pretty extraordinary. I think a lot of people had wondered how President Zelensky would sort of rise to this occasion. This is
I don't know what certain is. I don't know how much work certain is doing in that circumstance, but we'll find out soon
in
enough.
these last few days since this invasion began has been pretty extraordinary courage. He has been posting videos from all around the city of Kyiv, telling his people that he's with them, showing that his cabinet, many of them are also still here in the city, because a lot of people had speculated that perhaps he would try to flee. We know at one stage that the Americans were encouraging him to try to get out of the city, because clearly the purpose of this whole thing, Wolf, for the Russians is to try to incapacitate the current government and install a pro-Kremlin regime. And so when President Volodymyr Zelensky says that he's the #1 target, he's really not exaggerating. His life is very much in danger here. And so the fact that we continue to see these messages coming out from various parts of the city in which he warns his citizens that the Russians are going to to try to storm the Capitol. I'm sure it gives a lot of people strength to see that in a moment like this, although it probably also makes them fearful for President Zelensky, because he is obviously in an extremely dangerous position as we wait for this assault to unfold and perhaps to reach something of a crescendo, Wolf.
And just want to remind our viewers, you're reporting very courageously, Clarissa, in the dark, no lights there. Ukrainian military has told everyone in the capital of Kyiv, turn off their lights right now. They're bracing for a major Russian assault on the Ukrainian capital. If you're comfortable, and only if you're comfortable, Clarissa, I'd like you to stand by. If not, we, of course, want you and our crew to remain safe. That is our top priority. But stand by for a moment if you can, only if you can. In the meantime, I want to bring in our chief national security correspondent, Jim Shudo. He's in Western Ukraine for us right now. Jim, you have new information, I'm told, about the problems that the Russian military, the problems the Russians are facing in this fight right now. What have you learned?
Well, let's first start with what the U.S. is seeing regarding what you were just talking about there, and that is the Ukrainian military's resistance so far to...
Should we go to cams? We can go to cams. Just saw a missile. I don't know if it's actually a missile or not. A lot of the times when if you see an actual explosion, that's probably a missile. But if you see like fucking little bits and pieces, it's not. Yeah, I don't know if that was a missile. It could be. But in a lot of instances, it's just. Oh yeah, that does look like a missile. There's also gunfire. What? 07? What do you mean 07? Oh. Oh yeah, you can hear the gunfire, I guess in Kyiv.
Silah seslerinin geldiği noktayı yanlış bilmiyorsam
Holy shit, the Turks are literally right there.
Bağımsızlık Anıtı'nın arka tarafından geliyor. Bağımsızlık Anıtı'nın arka tarafında Ukrayna Otel var. Ukrayna Otel'den geliyor sesler eğer yankılanmıyorsa. O bölge, şöyle söyleyeyim. O bölgenin sol tarafında, ekranlara göre sol tarafına doğru gittiğinizde başkanlık ofisi var.
He's saying the Capitol building is there. That's where he's saying that the shots are being fired from that area.
Özel birlikler, herkes tabii ki Ukrayna yönetimini, kamu binalarını korumaya çalışıyor Kiev merkezde.
They're saying that the special forces are trying to protect the government buildings.
Sesleri aniden duyduğumuz için paniğe kapıldık ama.
He's saying he's panicked because he heard the gunfire immediately.
Onlara da ateş etmiş olabilir. Sivillerin elinde silahlar var.
He's saying this it could be the civilians.
Bir asker, bir polis kadar profesyonel olmadığı için.
He's saying the civilians could be shooting each other because the civil forces are not professional like the cops or the military.
Ama
we don't know.
Şunu söyleyelim. Birkaç gündür burada yalnızca hava saldırıları sesleri geliyordu buraya kadar.
He's saying for the past couple days he only heard bombing and never gunshots this close in Kyiv.
Bu yüzden biraz rahatlık çünkü
and he's saying it gave him comfort because
düştüğünü tahmin ediyorduk ama artık Kiev meydanda merkeze çok yakın noktalarda silah seslerini duyabiliyoruz.
He's saying that you can hear gunfire from the Maidan. Unlike prior days, previous days where you couldn't. Türkçe senin neyini orospu evladı? Anneni Türkçe konuşuyorum sikerken.
Bu yasağın başlamasına yarım saat kala son kez caddelerde, sokaklarda dolaşırken kamu kurumlarının önlerinde, binalarında, pencerelerinde kameraman arkadaşım Deniz Kahraman'la birlikte çok büyük yığınak hazırlığında şahit olmuştuk. Kum torbalarının konulması,
he's saying that they saw sandbags on the streets earlier in the day, and he saw more increased military presence from Ukrainian forces.
Bir şeye işaret ediyordu. O da sokak çatışmalarına, meskun mahal çatışmalarına Kiev merkezin caddelerinin, sokaklarının hazırlandığı anlamına geliyor. Büyük ihtimal Kiev yönetimi o süreç içerisinde sıradan sivillerle uğraşmamak için sokağa çıkma yasağı ilan etti. Yine
he's talking about the curfew. This is live. This is a Turkish reporter that's live in like near the Maidan. Like you can see it, Maidan. You can see it, and you can see it reporting in real time, saying that the first instances of gunshots and first instances of gunshots is like new in this region of Kyiv.
Ordusu, askerleri, polisi bu direnişte kararlı olurlarsa Rus birliklerine karşı, çünkü bir yerden delik açmaya çalışıyor Rus birlikleri. Kiev merkezde bir yerden delik açmaya çalışıyor merkeze gelebilmek için. Batıyı deniyor, kuzeyi deniyor.
Oh, they're saying this. Turks in the chat are saying this isn't actually live. This is 30 minutes old, but they're just like replaying it. And if you hear sounds in the background from my end, it's because Murat's doing some fucking shit in the background. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. He's using some power tools.
Diyoruz ama sesler diyor ki artık çatışmalar daha yakın. Bu gece sanırım bize yine uyku yok.
He's saying he won't get any sleep tonight.
Kendimizi önce güvene almaya çalışacağız. Şu anda
he's waiting. He's gonna be trying to he's gonna try to be safe.
Siper ederek, sadece kameranın kadrajını meydana doğru çevirerek yayını yapmaya çalışıyoruz. Daha öncesinde zaten balkondan, açık noktadan yapıyorduk yayınlarımızı ama
in Ukrainian it's the same word as in Arabic and in Turkish too. Yes, meydan.
Gidişat bu şekilde devam ederse.
Okay, CNN is live, you said?
And so forth. And that would be the Russian tactics, and especially to use that at night. The Russians, as Jim said, Jim Shudo said, Russians' plan hasn't worked out exactly as they thought it was. You can imagine Vladimir Putin and Minister of Defense Shoigu are whiplashing those Russian generals to try to get stuff happening. It must be painful for Putin to see it, and that's good. And we're also proud of these Ukrainian forces that are fighting and doing such a great job. But they've got to get reinforcements in there, more javelins, more stingers as rapidly as possible. And so that's up to Ukraine's friends on the outside. Live. I think they're doing as much as they can. Now the question is what can be done from the outside to bring in the necessary replenishments.
Clearly a very, very tense moment in the Ukrainian capital right now. General Clark, I want you to stand by as well.
Kiev'i bombalıyor. Dün sabahın ilk ışıkları değil, bu kez gece yarısı başlamıştı bombardımanı. Akşam saatlerinde başlamıştı hatta. Bugün biraz daha sakin gibi olsa da yine
aman.
Olsa da yine
Jesus Christ. I guess that was like right in that moment. Like it happened.
Ve arkamda dönüktü, irkildim.
Loud as fuck. God damn it, dude. God fucking damn it.
Affetmek gerekirse şimdilik duruldu gibi ama tekrar belirtiyorum. Yayından önce de aynı şekilde silah seslerini duyduk. Yayın esnasında duyduk.
Evet.
Artık bombardımandan bahsetmiyoruz.
Yeah, he's saying we're not talking about bombardments anymore. We're not talking about bombing campaigns. We're talking about live gunfire in the streets.
Biz zaten gün içerisinde bugün yine bu sokakları, caddeleri biraz dolaşmıştık. Şu an silah seslerinin yankılandığı noktada zaten çok yoğun güvenlik önlemleri var ve o bölgeye doğru gitmeye çalışmıştık. Askerler üzerimize silah doğrultmuştu. Gazeteci olduğumuzu görmelerine rağmen, daha doğrusu dış görünüşümüzün öyle sinyal vermesine rağmen yine de onlar için hiç fark etmedi. Siper alıp bize doğru namlularını doğrulttular ve oradan uzaklaşmak zorunda kaldık. Kimsenin gelmesini istemiyorlar. Kimsenin yaklaşmasını istemiyorlar. Onlar için şu anda Başkan Zelenski ve yönetimi.
Turkish people are so funny. They're bringing up the Bayraktar, which is the Turkish UAV. If you hear Bayraktar from the Ukrainians, because you remember the Ukrainian guy that was talking to the Russians was bringing it up as well. It's the Turkish drones that they have. To make matters even more complicated, I need you to understand. So Turkey, as a NATO partner, has given Bayraktar to Bayraktar'a laf ettirmem, kırmızı çizgimiz. The Bayraktar is like the Turkish TB2. The Bayraktar TB2 is a Turkish medium altitude, long endurance unmanned combat aerial vehicle, right? It's a UAV. Turkey is currently using Turkey's using Russian defense strikers, right? For their aerial defense systems. They are using Russia's aerial defense systems that they purchased while simultaneously giving drones to the Ukrainian side. But yes, Turks love their drones. They love their drones. They get very horned up for their fucking drones.
Muratcan Öztürk ve kameraman Deniz Kahraman en sıcak anları ekranlarınıza taşıdı. Yaklaşık 1 saat önceydi.
Oh yeah, this was an hour ago. He's saying that this was an hour ago, and they were giving you the live, the hottest moments. I don't know how else to translate it, but the hottest moments from battle live. Bro, no one understands, for fuck's sake. Dog, I'm literally giving you a translation of the important fucking parts of that convo. What do you want? Am I wrong here? But almost taking a capital city of a country with a standing army in 3 days is actually really fast. Why are the Western media acting like Putin's actually failing? It is really fast, but they haven't taken it yet. It seems like their supplies are being cut off already, and that's why they're saying. That's why they are saying it's the Russian invasion has been relatively or less successful than they previously thought. But yeah, the Russian central bank assets have been frozen as of now, which would make it impossible for them to liquidate anything in their central. Like, they would not be able to control their money supply. They would not be able to control their currency, and now Russia is officially out of SWIFT as well. And they will no longer be able to. They will no longer be able to liquidate its assets from the central bank for additional cash flow. So yeah. Don't turn back on CNN. Wait, why? They're not doing it for all of the banks. They're not doing it for all of the banks. They're just doing it for some of it. I don't know what the exact details are. I don't know what the parameters are. I suspect that the parameters include, or they probably. I suspect they carved out some key energy parts. Right? I mean, there's no. What the fuck is that live? No, that footage is not live. Okay. Heavy bombing in Kyiv right now? Where's the audio coming from? I hate this multicam one. Residential shelling in Kharkiv. Russian forces shells residential area in Kharkiv. Ahmed Zakayev wants to help Ukraine with an army of 25,000 Chechens. Wait, what? It's probably the oil and gas-based institutions that remain in SWIFT. Yeah, I think a lot of these sanctions, I might be mistaken because I don't know the exact parameters of this, but I think a lot of these sanctions, including even like the SWIFT removal, is still targeted. And it's more so to say it'll hurt the Russian citizens. And it's more so to say, look at us, we're doing something. We're doing something. When they're not actually doing something, and it's just to do lip service. But maybe they actually did. Maybe they actually did do something. I don't know, but it doesn't. CNN poll conducted says, should NATO go to war over Ukraine? 77% say yes. What the fuck? It's probably an online poll or something, dude. That's crazy. 77% say yes to nuclear war, potentially nuclear winter. Incredible. That's wild. That's just absolutely wild to consider. Air raid sirens are on in Kyiv again. I don't hear it, but... He said yes because it's NATO and they don't know NATO is not America. No, I think a lot of people don't understand what that means. I don't think a lot of people understand, like... Oh, I had not seen this. What is this? What the fuck are you doing here? I'm Russian too, but I live in this state. You have your country, we have ours. Don't you have problems in your country to solve? Are you all rich there, as in the Emirates? You're just puppets? Love this grandpa in Melitopol.
Сережа, самое главное, что здесь никого нет, кроме нас, понимаешь?
Yelling at them. How would it be nuclear war if they only drive out Russians from Ukraine? Okay. The reason why the Cold War was not a hot war, but a cold war, was because one of the two nations, the two nuclear superpowers, would always engage in a proxy war with another nation's proxy rather than state-on-state violence, okay? State-on-state active battle. Because what two conventional warfare states fighting one another, two conventional warfare states with nuclear arms fighting one another would mean is the likelihood that one of those states will just drop a fucking nuke. Okay? This is the reality post World War II. Previously, prior to World War II, before the invention of the nuclear bomb, you had states fighting one another because it was conventional warfare. Okay? You could have states fighting one another. You can't have that in the aftermath of World War II when you now have two states with nuclear powers fighting against one another. That is the reason why America does not send troops into NATO or send troops into Ukraine, and has said that they would never send U.S. troops into Ukraine. That's why you can't enforce like a no-fly zone over Ukraine. That's why you can't. There's a lot of actions that you can't take. Why it seems helpless. Okay, wait, what? They're saying all Russian banks under sanctions will be excluded from SWIFT? All Russian banks under sanctions will be excluded from SWIFT, Germany. Because the fear is that the side that is losing the war will just drop a fucking nuke. And our deterrence measure in that circumstance is our side will then also immediately automatically trigger our nukes. Mutually assured destruction. This is the reason why... Wait, someone live streaming from a hostel in Kyiv just got captured? Wait, what?
Gareth's hostel.
What the fuck?
the journalist. I'm journalist from UK. Комендантская година. Documents.
What?
Independent journalist.
Okay, I'm not looking at that. It could be fake. It could be fake. I don't fucking know. Shows what happens if Russia and NATO actually started going at it. What follows is a depiction of how a conflict between Russia and the United States could escalate to conventional war to all-out nuclear war. The simulation is based on real force postures, targets, and fatality estimates. Nuclear warning shots. Simulation begins in the context of a conventional conflict in hopes of halting a U.S.-NATO advance. Russia launches a nuclear warning shot from a base near the city of Kaliningrad. NATO retaliates with a singular tactical nuclear airstrike. This is dumb scaremongering, to be honest. Well, people don't fucking comprehend it. Like, we already have nuclear submarines surrounding other nuclear superpowers, specifically with the purpose of launching counter nukes the moment that Russian nukes get launched. And the reason why we have that is because the nuclear superpower could technically decide to fucking or could absolutely and would absolutely launch a fucking nuke the moment that they're losing the conventional battle. That's the whole reason. That's why NATO is supposed to be powerful against Russia as a deterrent, and that's why Russia does not want countries in its surrounding region to be NATO bases. You skip actual news so you can ramble? What is the actual news? You just want to fucking sit here and jerk off to yet another fucking like grainy footage of a bomb potentially exploding over Kyiv. Shut the fuck up. It's incredibly frustrating. My job isn't to just like show you the YouTube live stream so you can fucking think about possible bombs exploding over Kyiv, okay? Here. The tactical plan. As the nuclear threshold is crossed, fighting escalates to a tactical nuclear war in Europe. Russia sends 300 nuclear warheads via aircraft and short-range missiles to hit NATO bases and advancing troops. NATO responds with approximately 180 nuclear warheads via aircraft. They also have like a dead man switch too, if I'm not mistaken. Like that automatically triggers all the nuclear warheads they have. Which, by the way, would destroy the entire planet. The guy who got captured on screen was just getting cops on him because of the curfew? Yeah, that makes sense. Çok ses. What the fuck is going on, bro? Oh, benim bir camım açık, evet. The counterforce plan. With Europe destroyed, NATO launches a strategic nuclear strike of 600 warheads from U.S. land and submarine-based missile aimed at Russian nuclear forces before losing its weapon systems. Al Jazeera'yı aç, çatışmayı yakaladılar. Wait, Al Jazeera has the actual... Oh no, this is Al Jazeera English. You mean Al Jazeera Arabic, probably, right? Link me Al Jazeera Arabic, please, if you have it. For the record, what we are watching currently is a hypothetical scenario, okay? I'm just explaining the reason why I'm showing this to you is so you fucking understand what people are trying to avoid, what the entire purpose of the Cold War was, or what the whole nuclear posturing during Cold War was. Yeah, what I'm talking about is the dead hand. What is it? Search for dead hand. Why is it not coming up? I think it's called the dead hand, but anyway. The Russian dead hand system is rumored. There's conflicting reports on how powerful / automated it is. Some say it was never built as described, whereas some say it's fully 100% automated with sensors and logic, which would be terrifying if true. What? In all directions, Russia vows new attacks. Battle for Ukrainian capital intensifies. Wait, when is this from? Fighting between Russian and Ukrainian forces intensifies as troops close in on Kyiv. Western nations pledge to facilitate delivery of military aid to Ukraine. Zelensky is saying that the country's forces have withstood and successfully repelled the enemy attacks. And Russia is closing its airspace to carriers from Baltic, Slovenia. Germany and Western allies agree to cutting Russia out of SWIFT. Is this the one?
إطلاق رشقات نارية كثيفة بعضها. ماذا تستنتج من ما يحصل الآن؟
يعني أستنتج أمرين. الأمر الأول أنها اشتباكات أرضية.
Okay, well, I can't do live translations on Al Jazeera Arabic, so I have no fucking idea what they're saying.
جماعات تخريبية ترتدي زي القوات الأوكرانية وهذا أكد عليه أكثر من مرة أي أن يكون هناك حدث عمليات تسلل لأن النقاط الحاسمة في أوكرانيا أنا لا أعرف بعد المنطقة الاشتباك عن المربعات.
Yeah, you see the tracers? You see the rounds? Yeah, they're fucking... They're like straight up, they're actively fighting wherever they are. And the air raid sirens are going off as well. Says that he concludes that there are ground fights and that there are saboteurs wearing Ukrainian uniforms.
لطبيعة الطلقات بعضها يأخذ مسار علوي.
صحيح.
قد تكون نقاط الإطلاق بهذا الشكل ولكن اتجاه الرماية كما أشاهد الآن
صحيح.
كأن اتجاهات تأخذ زاوية باتجاه الأعلى وبالتالي هل هي لمقاومة عمليات إنزال ومحاولة منع الطائرات من تنفيذ عمليات الإنزال أو هي اشتباكات أرضية.
طيب نقطة لواء دويري، في حال كانت إنزالا جويا ما السيناريو الذي ترسمه القوات الروسية لعملية السيطرة على العاصمة كييف في حال كان إنزالا جويا؟
يعني الآن عملية السيطرة على كييف لها قواعدها العسكرية المطبقة منذ أكثر من قرن من الزمان وأصبحت كافة المدارس العسكرية تلتزم بها. أي هجوم على أي مدينة يجب أن يمر بمراحل باختلاف بعض التفصيلات. أولا عزل المدينة وإذا لاحظنا اتجاهات الهجوم هي من 4 اتجاهات تأتي من الشمال الغربي من الشمال من الجنوب.
I have no idea what they're fucking saying. Thank you. Swift okay. Go back to CNN.
Come refugees. Many of them, understandably, cannot fully comprehend what it is that they are going through. There's a lot of confusion, and there's so many families that are being torn apart for so many different reasons. We've met a number of people here on this side of the border who have come because their parents, for example, are inside, but they're too sick to actually try to make this journey. And you see all kinds of different vehicles that are just ferrying people across. And Wolf, this is just the beginning. The warning from UN agencies
In 30 to 60 minutes, Kyiv will be attacked. Russia will hit us with everything they have. The main Besa Rabka market is the target. All the parliamentary chats are exploding, says Lesia Vasilenko, deputy on the Verkhovna Rada. Wait, that's exactly what this actually corresponds with what the Turkish coverage was saying as well, that they are they're going towards they're please do not consider Nexta as a viable source. Is that an old message? Okay. That was 40 minutes ago. Wait, was it? No. Or it was. It is 2:35 right now. It's right now it's 2:40. Here, we'll finish the nuke video first so you understand it, okay? Here. And then we'll get back to... I have to pee as well. I'll be back in a second. Oh, the quoted tweet was 40 minutes ago. Northern Hemisphere is wild as fuck. Yeah, there is nowhere that is safe in this situation. There is nowhere that like remains safe in this situation. I can't believe I'm like having to explain this, but here.
After years of deliberation, both Georgia
what if there was a nuclear war between the U.S. and Russia?
Have officially been accepted as full NATO partners. Ukraine now reinvigorates its push for NATO membership, while Russia has for the last 6 months warned of military action. Alarmed by what it views as encroachment of NATO on its borders, Russia at last responds to the ascension of Bosnia and Herzegovina and Georgia by massing forces on its western border. Russia is gambling that the other NATO nations will reconsider admitting the 2 new members, or at least not be willing to go to war over the defense of brand new members to the alliance. Russia, however, has completely underestimated the solidarity of the alliance, realizing that NATO is in essence a worthless entity unless Article 5 of the treaty is immediately enforced. NATO warns Russia that an attack on one ally is considered an attack on all allies. To reinforce the point, NATO troops are sent into Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, the alliance's most vulnerable members given their direct proximity to Russia. Russia, however, sees this as an...
Elon Musk has activated Starlink in fucking Ukraine. I got it. Okay? We are not... This video is from 2 years ago, yes. I heard, yes. Soy face away, boys. He's...
show of force, and the move proves to be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Without warning, Russian armor pours into Latvia and Lithuania, linking up with forces in Kaliningrad. World War III has officially begun. For the first month of fighting, Russian forces push as far west as Poland, but the offensive grinds to a halt as NATO members finish mobilizing and their resistance solidifies. With American troops and equipment making landfall in France and Germany, NATO is now launching vicious counterattacks against Russia's forces in Poland. In the Pacific, the American Navy steams towards Russia's eastern coast, bringing with it a Marine Expeditionary Force meant to open a second front in the war and split Russia's forces. Russia is faced with a losing proposition and decides to gamble. It authorizes a single nuclear strike against Berlin, betting that while European NATO members may retaliate with their limited nuclear arsenals, the Americans won't risk the destruction of their cities to support their European allies. The date is now April 12th, 0205 hours Zulu. American and Chinese infrared recon satellites both pick up the telltale fiery plume of an ICBM launch from a missile farm in the south of Russia. 2 minutes later, the American president is awoken from his sleep and given the news. Russia has launched a single nuclear device, unknown payload, likely target in Western Europe. The U.S. Air Force's Global Strike Command has for weeks been flying nuclear alert missions with its fleet of B-52 bombers, maintaining a nuclear-armed force in the air 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, as its predecessor, the Strategic Air Command, once did for decades during the Cold War. With the detected launch of a Russian nuclear weapon, a priority flash is immediately dispatched to the airborne forces and alert forces on the ground. Flight crews stationed overseas in Japan, on the west coast of the United States, and in Europe all review their single integrated operational plan, which lays out the exact flight route, refueling track, and targets for each of the bomber crews. Most aircraft have 2 primary targets with 2.
Dude, I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. We don't need to see every fucking bomb that blows up in Kyiv, dude. Okay? I don't know why Chatter's fucking soy face at the sight of every bomb that is potentially blowing up on a fucking grainy footage on a live camera. It's not relevant, okay?
Loud blast. We had a series of rocket impacts across the skyline. And then
not a fucking movie.
Substantial explosion. We're not quite sure what.
We do need to watch it. We do need to watch it. Yeah. Okay. Well,
there were persistent shellings, grad explosions here, multiple rocket systems coming in to the east here. The main fear since we arrived that locals have had, and they've been exceptionally tense with sirens going off, is of Russian saboteurs already within this town. Now, in the morning, we drove in to see that a large caliber missile had hit a fuel plant on the outskirts of town. There was a state of panic, frankly. I think you can see a picture of a bridge that had been raised that essentially cuts the city in two. That was a purposeful move by the city's authorities to limit the capacity of forces that may have landed in the east of the city to cross over into the west. There was a lot of concerns here, not only the saboteurs, but possibly during the previous night, Russian forces had even attempted an airdrop into that part of the city. We heard small arms fire at that part of the city as well. Clearly, tension here ongoing and deep concerns that the dawn might see a push into it. Wolf?
Nick Payton-Walsh, be careful over there. Stay safe. We'll be in touch. The breaking news here continues. The Ukrainian capital of Kyiv on heightened alert right now as Vladimir Putin steps up his brutal assault.
Oh my fucking God, dude. And the live stream is down anyway. Okay. Oh, they're in a fucking.
Kadarıyla bölgeden gelen canlı görüntüler ajansların geçtiği.
Okay, they're in a shelter. The Turkish team is in a shelter now.
Kiev'de sokağa çıkma yasağı var. Sokakta
Talking about the curfew.
Güvenlik güçleri var ve onların yine Rus güçleriyle çatışması söz konusu. Yerin üstünde. Yerin altındaysa insani bir dram söz konusu. Trajedi söz konusu. Biliyoruz ki bu sığınaklarda onlar hayata tutunmaya çalışıyorlar.
He's saying that there's a human tragedy beneath the ground with people trying to survive, and there is a clash is happening above the ground. Lord Miles, the Kabul brick guy, is live. I hate that guy, dude. Here you go, dude. The Maidan Square, the fucking bombing and gunfire is becoming more more common. It's frustrating that you guys are like want to watch and rewatch every single fucking instance of explosions happening. What is this going to offer you when you send me a clip or when you send footage or something? Just ask yourself, is this relevant to what is going on currently? Does it exclusively have to be? Fuck is that? Okay, that is definitely an explosion. Idiot is going to the roof of a hotel in Kyiv? No shot. Isn't this the fucking Kabul guy? Isn't this this is the British guy who was in Kabul, right?
Look at that view, guys. Look at that view. Stunning, isn't it? There's not a single soul down in the streets apart from soldiers. Crazy, isn't it? Look at this. Nothing here. I can't see the chats. How come? That's weird. How do you activate the chat again? Let's see. Oh, here we are. Chat is. So on the 19th floor. Let's say.
He's actually mentally ill and people from home think he's a weirdo. I mean, he is a fucking weirdo. He's like actively going into conflict zones on his own without a press pass or anything like that, trying to get fucking killed.
Alternate targets to be struck should they be unable to make it to their primary targets. Within minutes, the crews are in the air, and those already on alert patrols immediately set their course for the positive control turnaround point, a pre-planned point near Russia where the air crews will automatically turn around unless they—
For the record, this is the reason why NATO does not go to war directly with Russia, and Russia does not go to war directly with NATO.
They receive an order to strike. At missile sites across the American Midwest, the giant concrete shutters that protect the buried missiles inside their launch facilities are automatically rolled back, and the security forces personnel tasked with defending those sites go on full alert. Their orders are to defend the silos until every missile has been launched, after which they are to escort surviving missile crews out and back to a rendezvous point well away from the missile farm. For these sites will be a priority target for incoming Russian missiles. Inside underground bunkers, missile operators rehearse launch procedures, each man responsible for a group of missiles. The entire system only requires 2 out of 4 of the operators to authenticate a launch order, just in case 2 of the men get cold feet about launching a nuclear Armageddon and refuse their orders. Deep in the Arctic, Pacific, and Atlantic Ocean, the U.S.'s
Starlink service is now active in Ukraine. More terminals en route.
A nuclear alert to America's ballistic missile submarine fleet. Each sub carries 24 Trident missiles, and each missile carries up to 8 independently targetable warheads with a yield of 475 kilotons. America's fleet of hunter-killer attack submarines have for weeks been stalking and eliminating Russia's aging ballistic missile submarines, and the survivors are bottled up near the Russian shore where they can be protected with shore-based firepower and anti-submarine patrols. Now, America's attack submarines set course for Russia's coast, and their mission is to eliminate Russia's surviving nuke boats, though it will cost America's submarine fleet dearly, as Russia's Air Force and Surface Navy fiercely defend their surviving ballistic missile subs. At 0209 hours, the American president is told that the American recon assets have positive confirmation of a nuclear detonation in Berlin. The Russians have fired an older single warhead ICBM, yet with a yield—
This video sucks too. It just sucks.
It has been quiet for quite some time, and then every so often that silence is pierced by some sounds of fighting or war, whether it's gunfire or thuds in the distance. This was an explosion that was relatively close by. We don't know what the target is, but that is the general direction, general location of Kyiv's second airport. It is a location that we've been looking at earlier today because there was a missile or a rocket that hit a residential building near that airport. And that was the main incident today, I would say. It has been otherwise a relatively quiet day. But now we are trying to get a sense of whether this bombing campaign by the Russians is going to happen tonight. We are bracing for that. The city is bracing for that. There is a curfew that is not just overnight, but it is a 48-hour-long curfew. The city has told its residents to stay inside when the air sirens go off, to go into the air shelters. And now I'm hearing something else in the distance. That sounded like gunfire. Sounds like thunder. There were 2 waves of that. So this could be the beginning of a significant aerial bombardment.
Yo, how the fuck is Starlink gonna work? Don't you need to have something on the ground for Starlink to work?
Is with us right now. She's a member of the Ukrainian parliament. I want to immediately, Kira, get your reaction to what you're just hearing, what you're bracing for tonight.
I hear the same sounds as your reporter is hearing. We are expecting to have a really heavy shelling tonight.
It requires ground terminals to receive satellite signals. Starlink being activated does not mean the entirety of Ukraine suddenly has internet.
Shelling that was yesterday. So it was lots of sirens and then lots of getting into the shelters for people. And we all know that tonight they will try to take Kyiv as they were trying to take it yesterday. Yesterday they failed, so they are increasing their forces. They are bringing more people, more soldiers in, and we were warned by probably every kind of authority that tonight will be an extremely complicated and hard night because we expect to have Russians throw all the forces, all the missiles that they have to take Kyiv.
So how are you, you and your family, I know you have a little daughter, how are you protecting yourselves? Tell us what you're doing in the midst of what you're bracing for.
You know, the most complicated thing is to explain to children like what's going on. So there is this little game, it's called the turtle.
There's no way she's in Kyiv, right? She's probably in like Lviv or something.
You go down on your belly, you open up your mouth, you close your ears with your hands, and that's how you pretend you're a turtle. And we had to pretend that we are turtles quite a few times today.
I know you told me last night when we...
Awfully fucking chill for her city being currently bombed and also gunfire happening.
Clearly,
crazy.
It's a very dangerous situation.
That's
We're
wild.
showing, Kira, live pictures right now coming in from Kyiv, the Ukrainian capital. It looks like a pretty severe, pretty massive bombing attack.
She has children.
Occurred.
I would have fucking...
I don't know where you are in Kyiv.
I thought she would have like left
3 million people,
the western,
but I assume you could hear
city.
the explosions, the sirens going off. Is that right?
Yes, correct. You can hear everything that's going on very clearly because, first of all, people fled the city, so it's very quiet. And second, because we are like on top of the hill, so we can see and hear most of the things that's happening.
You know, I want to show our viewers a picture that you posted. You never, there it is with a Kalashnikov rifle. All of a sudden, you're learning how to use a rifle. I want to talk about that in a second, but I want to go to CNN's Alex Marquardt back in Kyiv. He's getting more information. Kira, stand by for a moment.
Hey, I know you're in Kyiv.
Alex, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Wolf. Yeah, so this glow is still pulsating over the city. Again, this is in the southwest part of the city. While you were speaking with your guest, we also saw what kind of looked like sparkles up there, which could be flares. We're hearing an increasing diversity of these different sort of sounds of war, for lack of a better term. Things that could sound like gunfire or anti-aircraft fire over in the distance that way. But what is really the reason this city is really bracing itself, Wolf, is because the Russians, we know, have not been doing very well. The Ukrainian forces have been doing a pretty good job of keeping them at bay, and we know that the Russians have gradually been encircling this city. They have initially come down from the north, from Belarus, and then we know that yesterday earlier this morning, very early this morning, now almost 24 hours ago, there was the closest fighting yet within the city limits. That was on the western side of the city. And then we have also gotten reports of fighting in the south and the east. So, Wolf, not only is this fighting
It seems like
coming,
Kharkov is being hit
from all directions around the city, but it is getting closer and closer. There has been some confusion as to what the Russians are up to. Is it that they're biding their time? There you can hear another very large boom in the distance, Wolf. And car sirens that went off as a result of that blast. So in the past, say 15 minutes, that is 2 very significant blasts that we have heard in the center of Kyiv, Wolf.
It's approaching 1 a.m. Right now in Kyiv. I want you to stand by. Be careful over there. Alex, we'll get back to you. Kira, a member of parliament in Ukraine, what's your reaction when you hear those reports?
Well, it is expected that Russia needs to have some wins. And I'm super thrilled that they didn't have any just yet. They were not able to take any major city in Ukraine. It's been 3 days. They lost 3,000 men, and they are up to nothing. So they will increase their push, and we will push back. So I'm super proud that yesterday when we were talking with you, Wolf, we were really scared. And in the morning, many people from all over the world were saying, oh, we were ready to wake up to the news that Kyiv has fallen. So we haven't fallen, we don't plan to fall. So we will fight back. Ukrainian army is strategically fighting the larger groups of Russians, and when the smaller ones are getting into Kyiv, then the resistant groups, such as the ones that I'm a member of, then they are taking care of those smaller groups of Russian soldiers that are coming in. And so far, we are doing pretty well with that.
Kira Rudik, a member of the Ukrainian parliament. Be careful over there. Stay safe. We will be in touch. Thank you so much for joining us, Kira.
This is what's going on in Kharkov apparently right now. Could be an old video. But yeah, that's what it looks like. That's what MLRS looks like. But it could also be an old video. It could be like an ammo depot exploding. And I don't know. I just like they posted it just now, but unfortunately, none of this shit is reliable. So you know, they just you guys send me this stuff and I respond to it, but anyway, let's go back to CNN.
Fire around, but generally speaking, with the exception of this large blast, I can't say that so far this is a noisier evening than the last two that we've had, certainly than last night where there were a fair number of explosions, a steady stream at different periods in the night. And the real question now, Wolf, is when an air assault of some sort might begin. Now, we don't know that that would happen, but we have been warned that it could happen. We were asked to dismantle our position on the roof, as I mentioned before, also to keep our lights down. And so the assumption is that at some point, we may be expecting airstrikes or something of that nature. You can imagine how absolutely terrifying this is for the 2.9 million people who are living in this European capital city who have no sense of why this war started, what this night will bring, and what kind of a city they will be waking up to, Wolf.
Yeah, looking at these live pictures coming in from Kyiv, where you are, Clarissa, and it's very, very scary to see those flashes, those bombs going off over there. We don't know the target. We don't know the damage, but it looks
Remember, it's a European city, okay? Remember, European city.
To you right now in terms of what they
Civilized
expect
European
in the
city.
next hour or two in Kyiv, Clarissa?
Well, basically, they are telling people to stay inside. Earlier on,
Yes, I heard that there was a projectile fired from North Korea towards Japan, okay? Please. I love how a bunch of Westerners are talking over r/Ukraine with only English posts, like the entire population of Ukraine is English speakers. The glowing is 100% a fire, not more missiles. That's why there are no explosive sounds. Urgent. North Korea fires unidentified projectile eastward, South Korean military. Okay, I heard. I saw. We don't know what that is.
Since this invasion
Calm down.
began, we've heard the most activity around 4:30 and onwards in the morning here. It's still quite a bit earlier than that, so the night is young, as they say. We may anticipate more in terms of strikes this evening, but certainly the expectation now for a couple of nights, Wolf, has been that the Russians would make an active attempt to storm the capital, to take control. They haven't been able to do that yet, and there's been a lot of speculation that that might be in part because of the really stiff resistance they have been facing, not just from Ukrainian military forces, but also from ordinary people. We saw an extraordinary piece of video on social media earlier in the day showing a man literally trying to climb onto a Russian tank and then kneeling down in front of it. This is how determined he was to stop that tank in its tracks. And he was actually able to stop it for a few moments before it moved on. But I think that goes to speak to the incredible courage of Ukrainian people and just the level of anger and resistance and outrage that people here feel about this invasion, about this war. Nobody, Wolf, and I mean nobody I spoke to here ever believed that this was really going to happen. I spoke to a man in a bomb shelter in Kharkiv the other day who said, Russia's supposed to be our brother, but who treats a brother like this? Now that the shock has worn off, the sickening fear is sort of sinking in as people try to come to terms with this new reality and this incredible danger that they're facing with no real sense of how to escape or where to go or what to do. And so for tonight, while they watch the sky glowing and pulsing red, they turn off their lights and take to their basements and wait to see what the morning will bring.
Yeah, and those images, the live pictures we're showing from the skies, the flashes going on right now in Kyiv. This is Kyiv, a city of nearly 3 million people, and it was just targeted. And I know people are bracing for a lot more. Clarissa, stay safe over there. We certainly will get back to you. Jim Sciutto is also in Ukraine for us. He's in Lviv. But you're getting some new information, I understand, Jim, on what you're hearing about the attack by the Russians on Kyiv?
Well, okay. I know that Elon Musk has activated Starlink over Ukraine. You need to have receivers on the ground. So your internet could still be taken out no matter what, even if you fucking activate Starlink above Ukraine, because the receivers can be taken out. It's a good thing. It's a nice act by Elon Musk. It's a bit of a PR move. But ultimately, as long as they can set up the fucking receivers on the ground, they will be able to get additional internet, okay? I know he said he's sending the receivers, but people make it seem like Starlink is like magic or something. Got it. He's doing a good thing. He is. Especially because Gigatrans was having issues last night, and people believe that, and people personally believe that Russia has the capacity to destroy ISPs, and like is allowing this coverage to continue and allowing this. Some people believe that Russia is allowing this coverage to continue and allowing this allowing the world to see what they're capable of doing. That's like one thing that I keep hearing over and over again. How is it a nice act? You have to pay up front and monthly. Lamau is going to make them pay after. I don't know. I don't think he's going to do that, dude. That's crazy.
This is certainly not yet the shock and awe style campaign that U.S. intel assessments of Russian plans had indicated. You know, think Iraq 2003 or perhaps even 1991. We haven't seen that yet. This is one strike. Question is why, right? Are they holding off? Are they testing defenses and then they're going to follow up with more? We don't know, because one piece of this campaign so far, Wolf, is and granted it's early and it could change in a minute or an hour or a day, it is not progressing as quickly as the U.S. understanding of Russian plans were going in. There were estimates that Russia expected to be able to sweep into Kyiv and capture the city in 24 to 48 hours from the start of the offensive. That hasn't happened yet. Why is that? We do know that the Ukrainian military is putting up stiffer resistance than the U.S. intelligence assessments expected, but also than the Russians expected. They're killing more Russians, frankly, Russian personnel, and they're taking down more Russian aircraft and Russian tanks than expected. And the Russian forces.
I think part of it is because, in comparison to a shock and awe campaign, like in Baghdad, and there have been civilian casualties thus far, Russia has not used its full capabilities and is not indiscriminately firing. There are still civilians that are dying as a consequence of firing, because when you target military bases, some of which, or munitions depots, some of which are inside of civilian areas, and trying to fucking deploy paratroopers, trying to maintain aerial superiority over the country that you're invading, you're going to inevitably end up killing people. But that's still entirely different than straight up shock and awe style bombing campaigns where the purpose is to like kill a fuckload of people. Now, that doesn't mean that like what they're doing is good. Do not understand. What that means is the amount of, they're currently showing restraint in comparison to what they are capable of doing and what they could do. So to be fearful that things, if they start looking worse for Russia, they might start increasing the brutality. That's my fear, and I've been mentioning it over and over again. And the American intelligence made it seem like they would go in like America went into Iraq, whereas they're not doing that because they don't want to fucking wipe out every civilian. They don't want to they do not want to, if they are planning to overtake Ukraine in its entirety, they can't actually fucking wipe out the civilian population, because that would lead to just hostile civilians that are never going to allow like Russian occupation. That's going to mean that like the entire population, some of which might have been positive towards your occupation at a certain point, will never be positive towards your occupation and will literally consistently fight back over and over again, making it pretty much impossible to annex the entirety of Ukraine. I don't think they still would anyway, after all of this, but you definitely will not be able to do that. And it will only prolong and intensify war, and it will only prolong the economic suffering that you are subjecting your people to as Russia. Like, if you do a swift operation and you are able to get to a neutralization agreement, or if you are able to do a swift operation and you decapitate the head of state, okay, and then you put in a puppet of your own, you know what I mean? That is still going to have heavy resistance, but depending on how quickly you can do that, and depending on how much control you already have, pre-existing control you already could have over Ukraine, you could at least control the revolts and say that the revolts are just like separatists and they're bad and blah blah blah, they're not good, and you can deal with that with like heavy brutal policing, but you can't do that if there is active war going on, an insurgent campaign going on. Vatikus, what's going to happen if Ukraine gets fully occupied? I don't know. I do not know. But for people who are asking why hasn't Putin used more force, I think that is the reason. And I hope he doesn't. I hope the brutality doesn't get worse. It's already pretty fucking brutal. Are things looking better? No, they are not looking better because they keep saying that tonight was going to be the major bombing campaign. And I don't know if it's going to end up happening, but they are like the land troops are slowly but surely making inroads towards Kyiv, the capital of the city, the Maidan. They are. News from Miami, and there's like actual firefighting happening in Kyiv now. News from Miami, London, Saint-Tropez. Senior U.S. administration official says new transatlantic task force will target Putin-aligned oligarchs going after their yachts, their luxury apartments, their money, and their ability to send their kids to fancy colleges in the West. I like that for sure. The yacht stuff and the luxury apartments. I said this already. Expropriation for the Putin oligarchs. Like, in a country like Vladimir Putin's Russia, you have tactical advantages that can turn into tactical disadvantages very quickly. If a lot of the wealth is controlled by your oligarchs, you can, in a way that you never would be able to instill public revolt, you could technically get one of those motherfuckers to be like, you know, to actually do something. Like, you can't kill the people hard enough and starve the people hard enough to like actually create pressure, public pressure. It has not happened. It does not happen. As a matter of fact, authoritarian leaders are created as a consequence of that. But you could technically strike fear and anger at the heart of people who would be close to Vladimir Putin and could apply pressure. Okay. North Korea begs to differ. What do you mean, dude? North Korea's leadership is still around. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's still a fucking weird, like, monarchy structure that they have going on. It's like a Jusha monarchy. Same with Cuba, same with Venezuela, same with many countries that have been ripped apart with sanctions. It usually does not starve the population enough to get the population to revolt against a leader, and instead turns the country's leadership into a more authoritarian construct because they're constantly under active threat of Western influence and Western involvement. Russia is already pretty authoritarian, has mechanisms of control beyond your comprehension. They very successfully, whip the crowd regularly. So what I'm simply trying to state is that this is a better mechanism to instill effective change, to create genuine change in an authoritarian country like Russia. Oh yeah, Bernie Sanders, we need targeted sanctions that go after Putin and his plutocratic cronies, not ordinary Russians. Mainstream Democrats, let's target exchange students. I talked about this yesterday. Eric Swalwell is on fucking crack, dude, okay? He is out of his goddamn mind for saying we need to like ban Russian students from coming into our schools in America. It's fucking disgusting, okay? It's racist, it's disgusting, it's completely unacceptable. It's the dumbest fucking thing. But of course, it's fucking Eric Swalwell, so obviously, he's gonna say some dumb bullshit. Anyway. Let's continue with CNN's coverage. I want to get some analysis. And also, while we continue with CNN's coverage, I obviously have to fucking run the top of the hour ad, which I forgot to run. So here, we're going to look at some strategic maps, some tactical maps. But before you do that, you're going to be looking at an ad at the top of the hour. Unless you are subscribed for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, in which case you will get an ad-free broadcasting experience uninterrupted. Or if you get gifted a sub, here's the 1 minute ad break now, a contractual obligation. Okay.
Forces in this direction because they would have had to do a river crossing or some sort. They would have had a separation of forces. So what we see now is they're coming into Kyiv. Let's kind of go into Kyiv and see what that looks like now. So when you look at it a little more closely, again, here's the river. What's important to realize is that the Russian forces originally were up here at the airport, kind of out of the city. They are now working their way into the city. When you come into a city of this size, of 3 million, this is incredibly compartmentalized. This is where the terrain starts to suck up the personnel. This is all about infantry fighting. This is dismounted fighting. This needs to be done outside of a vehicle. What we're seeing probably tonight is the preparation of that battle space, which is not going to be very precise. It's going to be very bloody, and it's going to be very broad. A lot of rubble will be caused as a result of this insertion of rocket fire, missile fire, and probably some air fire. What's happening right now also is the Russians do not command the airspace, which is a good thing in preparation of this. So moving into the city, the key thing for the Ukrainians at this point, number one, they've got home field advantage. They've got the terrain to their great advantage. They need to start making some very clear decisions on whether they want to start to drop these bridges across the Dnieper River. Again, if the Russians, let's assume I'm wrong, and the Russians have forces here, they now would be separated from the forces over there. That gives the Ukrainians a great advantage. But again, there's a lot of force that needs to come in from the Russians.
General, stand by. We're going to get back to you. We're watching this situation unfold. The breaking news, very, very dramatic. I want to discuss what's going on right now with the former U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security, Jay Johnson. He was also at
very, very dramatic
Pentagon. Mr. Secretary, thanks so much for joining us. As you've been watching, all of us have been watching, to our shock, these massive explosions in the capital, Kyiv. What are you looking for? What are you watching? What do you anticipate in the coming hours as Ukrainians are desperately trying to hold on to their capital?
First, Wolf, I salute your colleagues at CNN who are literally on the front lines there in Kyiv, who are at the risk of their own personal safety, bringing us information about what's happening in that part of the world. The entire free world, Wolf, right now is rooting for President Zelensky, his government, and his people in Ukraine. And reportedly, they're putting up a stiff resistance to the Russian military in the invasion there. This is an example of an instance where very often the will to fight, even if only with a rifle or a Molotov cocktail, to defend your freedom, your family, and your homeland, can overcome a Russian soldier following orders in a Russian-made tank. Now, having said that, I believe that this is going to get worse before it gets better. I believe it's going to be ugly. I believe it's going to be bloody.
It makes me laugh that Wolf was born in Germany in 1948. Probably fine. No shot he was. That's not real, is it?
Civilian casualties.
No, that doesn't make sense.
In Ukraine. Many Americans will then ask, why aren't we doing something about this militarily? Why aren't we intervening? Why aren't we getting into this fight? And the Biden administration will come under tremendous international.
Oh my God, he's
domestic...
right. Oh my God, Michael is right. Wolf Isaac Blitzer was born in Augsburg, Germany in 1948. What the fuck?
Soon, the Biden administration, I predict, is going to reach a serious decision point about what to do in this situation, consistent with our values as Americans, Wolf. We have in the past intervened militarily to defend freedom, but we need to remind ourselves.
My grandmother's stuck in Rivne, Ukraine, with barely any food left. She can't go to Poland. Is there anybody that transfers people to Polish border?
Or Kosovo, very often, or Afghanistan. Very often, it's much easier to actually.
This is Carter. This is your girlfriend's grandmother that needs help. I don't know, but if there's anyone in the chat that has any more information, please reach out. How the fuck did he? That's crazy. 1948. That's a wild. His parents were Polish Jews who survived Auschwitz. Jesus fucking Christ, that's crazy. Anyway, look, urgent. I really need your help. Twitter. My grandmother's stuck in Rivne, Ukraine, with any food left. Is there anybody that transfers people to Polish border? Please. I can't find any resources. Please help. There is a thing that I'm gonna retweet it. But I also would like to know, because I do have some friends in a similar position as well. Okay.
Johnson, the former Secretary of Homeland Security, thank you so much for joining us. And we're looking at these live pictures from Kyiv, the capital
the glow
of
that you're
Ukraine.
seeing, by the way, the glow that you're seeing afar is a burning oil depot, for the record. It's not anything but that. That's what it is. Oh my God, more fucking ads. Holy shit, dude. What is this? Column of Russian special forces defeated near Hostomel. The Kadrovites named so far are named so for the head of the Chechen Republic, Ramzan Kadyrov. According to Channel 24 sources, the Ukrainian military blew up an echelon of 56 tanks that included General Magomed Tushev, who was killed. No, he's not dead. This is old information, and it's not real. We know it's not real. We know the motherfucker's alive. This is older information being resurfaced once again, and it's not real. No, but it's older information that they are resurfacing as though it's new information. And not only that, but also like the fucking dude literally, like Kadyrov literally called him on the phone to make fun of the reports that he was dead, or to confirm whether or not he was dead. But he was on the fucking phone. It's crazy, dude. Like, a lot of the fucking info that you're seeing is just totally false. I saw a video where they fucked up some videos, though. Some videos. This entire thing has just proven how easily Chad will believe propaganda. Because it's an active situation, and a lot of people just simply do not have the way to comprehend, understand what's going on. They've never been through a situation like this. They don't know how to parse through information. They do not have the appropriate media literacy skills, which is understandable. I'm here to fucking try to help with that. But, I mean, even I end up looking at, like, open source intelligence Twitter, and I try to parse through it and try to describe it as best as I can on what... Are you watching the Twitter for the defense reporter with Kyiv Independent? He seems to put up the stuff fastest. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be the fastest information, chat. You are always going to be ahead of mainstream media if you're watching news here, okay? Because they're getting their information from the exact same sources that we're getting from. You thought that the armor clip was real? Dog, for 3.5 seconds, you fucking dingus. 3.5 seconds. 3. That was what it was. That's how long it took. Shut the fuck up. Three seconds. Like, I let a video run for a second, and I said, what the fuck is this? This seems crazy. Of course, I'm not, like, I don't have a precog, okay? I don't know how to, like, see the fucking future. If you send me some information, I need to parse through it personally. How do we know the general guy didn't die? Because the general guy literally got telephone called by Kadyrov later. Anyway, destroying 2 tanks with Molotov cocktails, bro. I'm gonna quit. No, a lot of the Molotov cocktail videos that you're seeing are actually from 2014 or from altogether different conflicts. In the past few days, we have seen clips from Gaza. We've seen clips from Syria being portrayed as Ukraine, being portrayed as relevant, being portrayed as like, things that are happening right now. We have seen clips from, we've seen clips that are older that have been confirmed as to be not true. We've seen clips from 2014, and the We've also seen Arma. We've seen fucking Arma 3. Okay. And it's really difficult to go through all this stuff and try to figure out what's real and what's not. Also, not only that, but in a lot of instances, you also even look at CNN and you think that their reports are going to be confirmed when it's not. That's why I started off the conversation by talking about this. CNN is going to get shit wrong, and they do regularly get shit wrong. The Ukrainian Interior Ministry is going to get shit wrong, sometimes not on purpose, and sometimes deliberately put in false information out to do propaganda. It's a part of fucking war. Okay? Information and misinformation is an active part of war.
We also had the hotel evacuation alarm system going off for quite a while, telling people to go down to the basement to take shelter until the crisis is over. And what I would say is that in many respects, eerily enough, it's actually been quieter than it has on other nights. But we have heard a couple of loud explosions, one particularly loud explosion, which is those images that you're seeing now, the sky lit up by those by that sort of flame, that ball of flames. And we believe that this now happened around Vasilkiv.
You're a part of that misinformation days ago? I am not a part of that misinformation days ago. What the fuck are you talking about? Predictions off of intelligence is not misinformation. It's not the same as being like, this is actively what is going on currently. Anyway, a little help for you plebs who might not understand what's going on. Matthew Dowd. Let me make this perfectly clear. Putin is emperor. Actually, let's go back to CNN. I'll show you that lip shit in a second.
For the 2.9 million people who are living in this city, who just 1 week ago could never have even imagined that they would be living through an experience
he
like
did say this.
Hunkered down in the dark as bombs fall, waiting to see what tomorrow will bring, Wolf.
And remind our viewers, Clarissa, what Ukrainian authorities have told all the residents in and around Kyiv to brace for tonight. It's what, about 1:30 a.m. your time?
So we heard a sort of flurry of, online activity, warning people to stay indoors, talking about a suspected round of airstrikes that might be coming down the pipeline. And I want to be very clear about something, and it happens a lot in war zones. There's a lot of panic or kind of rumors that spread really quickly because people are frightened, because they're in a state of heightened alert. And often it's difficult to ascertain if there was something, a real sort of kernel of truth at the original telling of that, or whether it's just something that's circulated and become misinterpreted. So we don't know exactly what it is that Ukrainian security services were seeing and expecting, whether they're still expecting it. We just know that the understanding was that, first of all, to dismantle our position from the roof, which is obviously can be seen from the skies, particularly when we have our big television lights. Also to use absolutely minimal lighting to sort of lower your profile.
Okay, she definitely increased the lighting though. Come on, Clarissa. You definitely cranked up the lighting a bit. It was way darker earlier.
And most people in the hotel, or certainly many of them, although there's a lot of
Don't lie to me, Clarissa. I know the lights are on right now.
Have done that, and I can only safely assume that many people in the city tonight are also hunkered down wherever they can take shelter, just waiting to see what will happen.
Yeah, it's a scary, scary, awful situation. Our hearts go out to all the folks.
Clarissa be like, yeah, the lights are off, except, you know, we turned it on a little bit.
Stand by, stay safe over there. We'll continue our breaking news coverage right after this.
Bro, look at this. Look at this. Look at the amount of fucking ads they run. 15 minutes worth every hour. It's crazy. Okay, there's some really good footage that I want to get to. So I'm going to do that right now. There's some really good videos. Like this one apparently is really good about why Russia is invading Ukraine. Clear up some fucking confusion here. So if there's any, unless there's any immediate updates, I'm probably going to go to that for a little bit. Okay, here are some liberal reactions, and here's the fire we saw earlier. There you go. The Vasilkiv oil terminal was targeted, and you know, that was the glow that you're seeing is the consistent fire. The Kharkiv video we already watched, bro. We already watched this. There is the fact that the Western media glossed over the very important fact that the Russian military pledged to minimize civilian casualties and only target military targets. It doesn't change anything because civilian casualties are still happening, one. And, I mean, I don't know. I just, like, it doesn't... They still could ramp up the brutality. Anyway... So, here are how liberals are dealing with the fucking, here are how liberals are dealing with this ongoing invasion of Ukraine. Let me make this perfectly clear. Putin is Emperor Palpatine. Ukrainian people and all those who stand up for democracy around the world and here in America are Rey Skywalker, Jyn Erso, and the Rebel Alliance. Pick your side. Bill Maher's Real Time says Russia is like Kanye West, Ukraine is Kim Kardashian, and NATO is Pete Davidson. Yeah, NATO is fucking Ukraine, and yes, so I'm kidding. I'm violently throwing up inside. Okay, I do not want to watch the Bill Maher clip. I hate Bill Maher so much. God, he is the absolute worst. Okay, let's continue. There are reports of so many infighting. There are many reports of infighting, firefights happening among Ukrainian civil groups. Imagine giving 20,000 weapons to random Americans. Yes, I know. It's never a good idea. I mean, look, friendly fire happens within the police force. Friendly fire happens within the military. Okay. Friendly fire already happens with professionally trained militaries. So it's 1,000% going to happen when you have untrained civilians with fucking automatic rifles. They're gonna, like, what, especially when the enemy force that you're fighting literally just looks like you. Like, they just look like you. They are you in many ways, you know? So what's up? How are you gonna fucking parse through who's, especially late night, at night? They look like you, they sound like you. They have the same gear that you do for the most part. Bill Maher doesn't even know you exist. Bill Maher even knows you exist, or are you saying doesn't even know you exist? Look how loving I am to my haters, that I actually make sure that I get the message correctly, even though it's like a snide remark that they're making to defend Bill Maher. I don't care if he knows who the fuck I exist or not. He still sucks. Anyway. Oh, most importantly, of course, they are no longer considered civilians when they start fighting, when they grab arms.
Thanks, Wolf. Well, you know, a lot of tension in the Ukrainian capital tonight because the mayor of the city has warned it could be yet again another difficult evening as Russian forces are poised on the outskirts of the Ukrainian capital, with everyone believing in this city, and in fact their stated intention now is to advance in towards it. You can see on the horizon right behind me there, there are flares glowing up, the flares of a fire, which is about 30 kilometers, about 20 miles or so to the southwest of the city of Kyiv, from where I'm talking to you right now. And we believe that is the Vasil Kyiv air base. It's a strategically important airstrip in the southwest of the city. It's a place where the Russian special forces have been deployed to try and secure a forward sort of bridgehead to bring in more reinforcements. It's not been entirely clear that they've been successful in doing that. They've been meeting with strong resistance from Ukrainian military forces who have been fighting back attempts by the Russians to gain a significant foothold on the outskirts of this city. But we now see that within the past hour, a huge explosion rocked the city. It came from that area. You can see the glare of those fires. I believe there are fuel tanks in that location in the airport, presumably for fueling the aircraft, that have now apparently been set on fire. And we don't know what that is. It may be a concerted attempt by the Russian military to regain control or gain control of that strategic airstrip once and for all. That would give them an important airhead, I think is the military term, that would allow them to fly in transporters with military equipment, with more troops, the kind of forces they're going to need if they are going to surround this Ukrainian capital and take it in the way that they say that they want to. I can tell you, it is going to be a difficult job, though, because all day today, I've been out with the civilian defense forces in this country, and they are not just bracing.
For those wondering how Western Intel has such detailed insights into Russian invasion plans, turns out Kadyrov's commanders were updating him about war preparation via voice notes, dude. A lot of interesting tidbits in here, though. Shows long tail of preparations. Kadyrov's henchman reports officers were stunned to hear the ambition of the operation and worried about troops refusing orders. BBC got hold of audio messages between Chechen leader Ramzan Kadyrov. Dude, major L, okay? Listen, this, oh God, this is going to be so awful. Especially because like they were fucking right, and they're never, this is going to be their World War II. Like, the American intelligence apparatus is going to use this in perpetuity to like say some of the most insane, unhinged, unjustifiable bullshit. It's done. It's a wrap. This is like galvanizing and legitimizing the worst people on the fucking planet. Holy fucking shit, dude. Oh, Jesus Christ. BBC Russian got a hold of audio message between Chechen leader Ramzan Kadyrov and the deputy head of Chechen Rosgvardia, the National Guard, in which they planned their role in the invasion of Ukraine. Bro, they will literally be like, going forward, the amount of fucking clout and the amount of legitimacy that the American intelligence apparatus just gained from this action, where they were fucking 1000%, like they just ripped them, okay? I mean, these guys are really stupid. What the fuck? And it delegitimizes you, law. Man, I don't give a fuck about that, dumbass. I'm an independent fucking, I'm an independent newscaster. Okay, I'm a Twitch streamer, online political commentator. The people that normally would, I do not have the capacity to fucking influence masses in the same way that CNN does when they fucking directly report on State Department propaganda. Okay, the people that are coming in here are already seeking out alternative information, a different perspective, a person who also admits when he's wrong, okay? Which I am, and I do. That's the main difference, okay? The issue here is like, this is basically the opposite of what happened in the WMD, when the WMD fiasco occurred, okay? I will continue to be skeptical of U.S. intelligence. It does not fucking matter. Of course I'm going to continue to be skeptical of U.S. intelligence. Why the fuck wouldn't I? No, I'm not like the Joe Rogan of Twitch. Don't fucking say that either. We will prepare dances in the area of Maidan. What was reported on the person with the voice of Kadyrov on the eve of the Russian invasion of Ukraine? This is literally like... Wait, genuinely, why is them gaining that intelligence bad? Them gaining this intelligence in this circumstance was not bad. What they will do with the increased legitimacy and what they will do with that is what I'm terrified of, what I'm fearful of. You should rethink your title. The juxtaposition of something so important and something so trivial is cringe. Oh man, I didn't realize that you were Twitch streaming. Here, I'll DM you quickly my Twitch stream key so you can stream instead of me, okay? Thanks, though. Anyway, I was talking to a friend of mine in mainstream media. I will not give their name out. And they were saying that ABC News was like ecstatic. Like one of the anchors on ABC News was ecstatic that I was watching their content and was shocked at the amount of people that come in here to watch their footage, and literally said something along the lines of, we've never gotten that level of attention on our own personal broadcasts on this matter. Think that again, lol, what? Friend of mine, sissy, lol. What do you mean? I'm not gonna fucking leak my sources. Yeah, helping out small content creators like ABC News and CBS and NBC. Okay. BBC obtained voice messages exchanged on the eve of the Russian invasion of Ukraine by a man with the voice of the head Chechnya Ramazan Kadyrov and a man with the voice of the deputy Chechen National Guard Daniil Martynov. They discuss how the fighters will enter buildings in Ukraine and what was the reaction of the commanders when they learned the real purpose of the operation. I mean, if the fucking BBC was able to obtain this, then God knows how deep the fucking CIA tentacles go through the clearly not great OPSEC that the Chechen forces had. You know what I mean? On the eve of the invasion, what about before that? I mean, it doesn't matter. If they have access to communications on the eve of the invasion, that means they probably have way more access to way more fucking communications. Next, they just posted an Arma 3 clip. Is this the Arma 3 clip? Are you sure this is Arma? In 2013, 2014 with the Islamic State, it was Arma 2 always used. In a video game, baby. In a motherfucking video game. Everyone likes the extra paycheck. That's how the CIA works sometimes, or that's what I hear. Are these supposed confirmed reports of incoming air raids, etc., just speculations? Are they wrong? I don't even understand who trusts when the government can't even agree. Well, the air raid stuff is intelligence working with one another. Russians might want to even leak it themselves personally, because the entire purpose of the air raids, especially if they're going into Kyiv, is to confuse the population, make them fearful, make them scared, make them worry about their safety. It's like terrorism, but done at the state level, so you don't consider it to be terrorism. So they could literally fucking be leaking it themselves in an effort to strike fear at the heart of Ukrainians, in an effort to, you know, demoralize them, stop them, which is part of the reason why, like, the opposite happens, right? Where the Ukrainian government will also create mythology and will create heroes. That's why Zelensky is still on the ground. You know what I mean? It's the counter to that, basically. That's why they do this. Especially because, like, if you have air raid sirens on, when the Russians leak intel that they're gonna, like, fucking bomb again, and you have the air raid sirens on the entire time, it's like the American military torturing you with sleep deprivation torture. Feel me? You're destroying you're destroying the interest that people have of, like, fighting. Or if Russia doesn't come to Kyiv tonight, won't it collapse morale? Couldn't write in English. Sorry, you can tell me. I mean, dude, I think a 3-day invasion into a major European country's capital is super, super fucking fast. You know? Giving your take on the anonymous cyber attacks? I mean, good. It's really good. They should keep it up. Who's speaking live on the Ukrainian channel? Oh, well, it's just, I needed to be... That is illegal, by the way. Dude, what the fuck do you mean? So is bombing a fucking hospital, dude. But we do it. Russia does it. Like, everybody fucking does illegal shit. War, dog, war. You know what else is illegal? Okay? Murder. Chatter. Murder is illegal, and yet people do it all the fucking time. Okay? Like, the rules of engagement and, like, conflicts. Sorry, I love you. I'm just memeing. Don't worry. I'm not super serious. Anyway, the official purpose of the event is to show the security forces from Chechnya. The fact that the Chechen security forces have been close to the border with Ukraine since at least mid-February, as previously told by forces, including the local law enforcement agencies. The voice of Kadyrov is similar to the voice of the head of Chechnya, Ramzan Kadyrov. Martinov speaks in the voice of. Okay, got it. The BBC asked the British audio experts to analyze the recordings. He asked not to be identified for security reasons. 100% of all the actions that we will do here, they are approved and supported by the leadership. Today, I reported in detail how our units will act when repelling an attack if we fall into an ambush. Reported on the work itself in a separate block in the city. We ourselves arranged where we would enter, which buildings, what to take control. Trump is talking about Putin right now live, really?
I think it's one of the most embarrassing moments, and I really think that's a contributing factor to what's happening today in Ukraine, and I think it's going to also lead to a similar thing happening in Taiwan. They wanted to get the Olympics finished. The Olympics are now finished. Let's see what happens. You know, yesterday bombers flew over airspace. First time in many, many decades that's happened. That would have never again happened during my administration. And a lot of people, even the radical left, I saw Chuck Todd said the other day, how come, he was talking to Blinken or somebody, he said, how come this never happened in the 4 years that President Trump was there? That was a shocking question, and they were unable to answer that question. Someday I'll write a book and I'll tell you why it never happened, but it never happened.
Whoa.
There's a very
Motherfucker, you don't know how to write, dude. We don't know if you know how to write.
What is the one sanction or the two sanctions that have not been implemented to stop
That's the real
Vladimir
president.
Putin that you
Right now, we are tuning in, folks, to the real president, the real president of the United States of America
Sanctions
speaking.
are very expensive for our country also. But the one that people are talking about, which is very, very severe, as you know, is SWIFT. And that just really destroys a banking system of a country. It's a very big step, and we'll see whether or not that step is taken. But thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people could die with this, and this could spread to other countries, and it could spread throughout the world. I mean, this could be a world war. Something has to be done. Should have never started, and it did, and something has to be done. So that would be the one that seems to be on most people's minds. If you read, if you see, if you study, that seems to be the one that's
given the situation
the most
now,
powerful.
what should be done? If you were president right now, and the situation is what it is now, which you say it wouldn't have gotten here, what should Joe Biden do? What should Biden do?
Well, I think I know exactly what should be done. Number one, we shouldn't be here. But on the assumption that we're here, and that's a big assumption, but it's happened.
Not an assumption. We're here.
Should do. I would rather not tell him under this forum. I don't think it's appropriate to say that, but there are things he could do that would be very strong, very powerful, and I think would end it pretty quickly. But remember this, we are the greatest nuclear power. When I was in office, I had it rebuilt, modernized, and also rebuilt our military, also started Space Force, which has a lot to do with what we're talking about. But we're the greatest nuclear power. But Russia has an almost equal nuclear power. And China is 5 years behind, but they have very substantial nuclear power. We all have to be very careful.
We're going to have to leave it there. Thank you all. Thank you.
God bless.
Hope the family's doing well. Hope the family's
God bless you, sir.
I like you people.
We love you too, Mr. President. Thank you.
God bless you, sir.
And there you have it. What a great conversation. A few minutes that he spent with a select media there.
God bless you, sir. I love you. One of my favorite lip takes on the internet was like, was so liberal it turned back into being leftist. Like it turned back into being anti-NATO in a weird way, which was when, I forget who it was who said this. Who was like, yeah, of course Putin never invaded Ukraine during Trump's presidency because Trump was already undermining NATO and he never wanted NATO to be in Ukraine. Okay, well, I mean, yeah, if that's like, if we are to expect that Vladimir Putin is operating in a sane way, which I don't think so anymore, but you know, that's a good take from the liberal guy. What is this? Partially Trump's fault? The people who formerly defended Trump for cutting off weapons to Ukraine unless Zelensky delivered dirty tricks to Trump's re-election campaign are maybe a half a day from posting their I stand with Ukraine hashtags. Okay, but guys, like, weapons and material support to Trump still gave weapons to Ukraine. I'm not defending Donald Trump, but goddamn, dude. Trump did give weapons to Ukraine, or he was just gonna not give extra weapons. Unless he did the blackmailing shit. And it wasn't the weapons delivery to Ukraine that stopped it. It was literally the fucking blackmail. That's the reason why he was impeached. Trump also lifted sanctions on Russia. Yeah, but Trump also sanctioned Nord Stream 2, which Biden did not. So it's not as simple as you guys think it is. I don't know why the fuck he wasn't impeached though. I mean, he was. He just wasn't. It just didn't go through in the Senate. I like how Trump mentioned Taiwan. I think it's funny, but in this crazy world, who knows what's true? God, I hate these people so much, dude. David fucking Frum. Ugh. Why aren't you in jail, dude? Why? Why? Because you know why David Frum's not in jail? Because we do not live in a just society, okay? We do not live in a just society. That is precisely why. Anyway, fucking CPAC. Interesting takes from CPAC. Okay. I know. Murat's making fun of me. He said, dude, you've been trying to watch this for like from the beginning of the stream, and he's right.